That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on. Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland and John Dickinson hanging out with you this afternoon. We'll be with you till about 6 o'clock tonight when Bill Lasky will take you for Sports Phone KNBR from 6 until 9. We got a good show for you today for about an hour and a half or so, hour and 40 or so. Mark Spear is going to join us, ESPN and Anscape.com, the Hall of Famer. He's going to join us from Paris, getting ready for the Olympics. We'll talk to him about Steph Curry and the conversation he had with him. And like Team USA, I'd like to get past Germany a little bit easier. I'd definitely like to hammer South Sudan. Never in my life have I wanted my team to beat a team from South Sudan more, which is funny because as that game was being played the first time around, I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm kind of rooting for South Sudan here. Once they started pulling ahead or showing that they were clearly in it with Team USA, what were they, a 43-point dog or something like that? I was like, we're going to have to do better than this. We want to take home some gold, boys. And then we're going to catch up with 5:30 CBS NFL contracts and salary cap expert Joel Corey. What can we have to talk to him about regarding Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams? John Dickinson with me. What up, JD? How are you, bro?
What's going on, man? Good to be with you. Another tough one for the Giants down in L.A. and 49ers camp off to a kind of a ho-hum start. Still awaiting the news on Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk, but good to have football back the last couple of days down in Santa Clara.
Really quick, do you think you've undersold another tough one for the Giants in L.A. when they lose on a home run by Nick Ahmed? Come on, man. You can't. I mean, this is baseball. They always say you can't write this stuff. Baseball stories and sports stories.
Well,
I could have written this one. I could have guessed yesterday when Nick Ahmed signed up with the Dodgers something bad was going to happen.
There is nothing more 2024 Giants than Nick Ahmed having a game-winning home run in the eighth inning off of Tyler Rogers, of all people. I guess it could have been off of Duvall, or I guess it could have been a grand slam off of Logan Webb.
That would have been more expected, yeah. It would have been more expected if it was Duvall. You know, I was like, Randy Rodriguez isn't here anymore. But Rogers, I know people are going to lose their minds about Tyler Rogers, but it's like, dude, come on, man. Like, Tyler Rogers, to me, I'm more comfortable with him in there when they're fielding the ball. If the defense behind him can play good defense, I feel pretty good about him being in there. And every once in a while, one gets away. Nick Ahmed, I mean, that's the odds of him hitting one off of a guy who doesn't give up tons of them. That's a tough deal. That's a tough deal.
It really is. And look, if Ahmed didn't get him, then Shohei would have got him on the next batter. So,
I mean, come on.
I mean, it was coming regardless. But, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of on brand for this team, especially after coming back in the eighth inning to tie the game. You know, Logan Webb hasn't really been Logan Webb the last handful of starts, and 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position, which is a pretty good day for the Giants. But the 9 guys who made outs, and John Miller mentioned this in the wrap, all strikeouts.
Yep.
All 9 outs, strikeouts, and now they're heading home at a low point. 6 under is their low point. I've talked about this the last couple of days on Sports Phone after the 3 night games in this series. They have not been any worse this season than 6 below 500 with the 4 coming up against the Rockies and then the trade deadline and then a couple of more against the A's.
Well, the frustrating part about this, to your point, is they did rack up a good number of hits in this one. They put up 11 hits, 4 runs after putting up 8 runs last night. They've only scored over 5 runs now on the road one time. It was last night's game since like mid-June, in about a month. So, and again, you get an all-star break in there too, but when really the offense is only coming from a guy named Tyler Fitzgerald, and last night I guess I'd say exploded for that 6-run inning in the 8th relative to the offense they've had. Things are not going well. I know people keep saying sell. Selling is a white flag. It's an admission of we did not get this done. I think that's how most people feel. I think even winning this game today, I wouldn't have felt great about coming home. You lost 2 or 3 to the Rockies. I think coming into yesterday's game, they had scored 13 runs in 5 games prior to the 8 yesterday and the 4 today. But 3 of those games were in Colorado. Now you're coming home for 4 more against the Rockies. And I don't know that anybody feels great about it. You shouldn't feel great about it.
Nobody should feel great about it at this point. And the thing for me is really I think it's the hitting that gives me pause as to thinking that this team can actually make a run. And they're 5.5 now out of the final wild card. Again, they're at their low water mark for the season.
49-55 coming home.
Yeah, 6 under again, and it goes to, and I think you have to think of it not in terms of can this team be a little bit better over the last 2 months than they've been in the first 4. I think they can be, assuming they relatively keep it together. They can be a little bit better, but I think the question you have to ask is, do they have what it takes to win, to get to 84 wins? And to get to 84 wins, you're talking about 35 wins, in what, 58 games remaining in the season.
What have they shown you this year that gives anybody belief that can happen? And Robbie Ray's 5 shutout yesterday doesn't give up a hit. I mean, he was pitching damn well. I think we're all excited about what he brings, but again, all the pitching in the world doesn't help you if your team can't hit. It's a preventative statistic in baseball. You have to have offense.
Yeah, and so if you're 30, can you go 35-23? And the Giants have shown me nothing this year, even if Blake Snell and Robbie Ray are great and Logan Webb gets back on track, which I assume he probably would. Does that add up to 12 over 500 between now and the end of the year when their hottest 2 streaks of the year were a 10-2 at the end of May, right? 8 over, and then a couple of weeks there leading up to the 4th of July and that weekend in Cleveland where they went 8-3. So they've shown that they can have the little mini stretch, but can they basically play 600 ball? It's funny, I did this exercise the other night. They at the time I did it a couple of nights ago, they would have to have the same winning percentage between now and the end of the year that the Dodgers have had all year to get to 84 wins. So if that doesn't tell you, even if you love the pitching that's coming back and maybe they're not going to have to score as many runs, the offense and the general sloppy play for me, Copes. It's the offense one, but the general sloppiness defensively and just mistakes and 90-foot errors and all of that, that tells me more than anything that while this team could be capable of being a little better than they've been, I don't think they're capable of being as good as they'll have to be, which is that basically 12 over mark between now and the end. And the Padres are hot again, and there's all the teams in between them. And I mean, it doesn't bode well here now as we start to turn closer to August. Yeah, it's things have to turn and have to turn fast. And again, they haven't shown any sort of consistency on any side of the ball, which is why there is no identity. Had they been a good pitching team from the start of the season to this point, then you look at it and you go, well, if they continue to do that and the offense can do X, Y, and Z with the pitching coming back, but to ask the pitching to show up, the injured guys, and save your season while the offense is as mediocre as it has been, no dice. I'm not buying it. I can't buy that that's happening. And then when people say sell, again, there's one piece on this team that I think you can sell that would net you something for the future, and that's Camilo Doval. I mean, I think you could trade Blake Snell if you want. Why bother? Why not just hold on to him? Maybe he comes back next year. I'd rather have Blake Snell than not have Blake Snell. And I see people going, well, trade Yaz, trade Flores. Anybody like that you move, Michael Conforto, whatever it may be, if you make a trade like that, think to the Austin Slater move. They traded Austin Slater to Cincinnati Reds for Alex, what was his name? Young.
Alex Young. I know, some generic name. He's former Giant from a couple of years ago. He was here for a minute, and then they DFA'd him. He wasn't even at the big league level. So you netted nothing for Austin Slater. Is that what people mean by sell? You're not going to get enough. So I'm not saying stay and pat is the right thing. I'm saying some of these guys, it's just going to be, it is what it is. This season is not going the way it needs to go. There will be questions, I think, about Farhan's job security and where this roster goes after this season. But you put in hundreds of millions of dollars into this roster. You committed so much this past offseason, and some of them were really, really wrong. We're bad. I still, some of the opt-out stuff has baffled me in the past, but they gave Wilmer an extension a couple of years ago. The left-handed pitching numbers against him have just not been what they have been for his career. That was the same for Austin Slater. You gambled wrong on Jorge Soler and Teoscar Hernandez and whatnot. It's a frustrating 2024 because this team on paper, I think we all anticipated around 500 was not out of the question. I don't think anybody thought 4 days at 500 or better on July 25th at this point in the season was the high water mark for them. So we will, I guess, continue to see what happens with the Giants. They open a 4-game series, including a doubleheader on Saturday against the Rockies. They come back on home for the Rockies, and then a 2-game set with the A's next Tuesday and Wednesday as we get to the deadline, and then back on the road for Cincinnati and Washington, who got no hit today by Dylan Cease. 52 years of Padre baseball, no hitters, and they got 2 in the last 3 years or something like that. With was it last year Musgrove threw one? Was it 2 years ago?
I think it was 20. I think it was 21 actually.
So
I think
in
it
the
was yeah.
Bottom line is, the last 3 years they've gotten two of them in Cease and in Joe Musgrove. And by the way, Cease was a guy the Giants fans were like, maybe we should try for him. Maybe we should try to acquire him this offseason. Tolbert and Copes, John Dickinson is hanging out with us. We will jump off of Giants baseball into some basketball. Mark Spears is going to join us at 4:50 from Paris. We'll talk a little Olympic hoops with him as I think the opening ceremonies go down tomorrow, are the opening ceremonies for the 2024 Olympic Games from Paris. And we can talk to him about his conversation he had with Steph Curry regarding his future with the Golden State Warriors. But when we come on back, a potential trade that Draymond Green may himself have nixed, moving him from the Warriors to another organization. We'll tell you what Draymond said on that trade next. It's Tolbert and Copes, John Dickinson hanging out Thursday afternoon on the Sports Leader.
You idiots! Get back in there at once and sell!
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes Thursday afternoon. John Dickinson hanging out with me today. He was out at 49er training camp. We can get to some of that a little bit later. As Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com is going to join us at 4:50 from Paris in about 15 minutes or so. We'll talk to him about his interview with Steph Curry, more of a conversation they had about his future with the team. But before we get into that, some sound here. Is this from that new podcast or is this from Draymond Green's pod, this sound we're going to play here? It's called the 520 Podcast. So Draymond's on a podcast, and I guess he's talking about, I thought it was a trade involving him. It is not. He says there was a trade that may have gone down last week for the Warriors that Draymond himself said, I don't think I want that to happen. Here's what he had to say.
We was just about to make some trades last week, and I told them straight up, like, yo, that trade helped me. Like, it'll help me right now in my career these last couple years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now. Yeah. That's a bad trade. Like, don't do that trade. Like, I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now. Yeah.
Interesting. Really, really interesting. For a guy who I don't think has always just been out for himself, I don't believe that's the case. I believe Draymond when he says it. For the most part, I think he is pretty honest. He puts his foot in his mouth sometimes, but he's not a guy who backs down. It's kind of like when Shaq used to run his mouth when he played, called the whole organization the Sacramento Queens, and then he went out and he dropped 40. It's like, what are you going to say to the guy? Guy keeps winning, guy keeps dominating. Draymond just continues. It's like if you talk when you're winning and you're losing, what's anybody ever going to say to you? It's kind of been my philosophy in life, actually, JD. But when he says there was a trade that could have gone down last week, and he says, yeah, that's great. That helps me right now and in the next couple of years, but it doesn't help the organization in the future. Don't do that trade. That, to me, means that trade was on the table and maybe being considered for Jonathan Kuminga, Podziemski, and or every pick the Warriors had for the foreseeable future. Is that what you're hearing there?
Yeah, you know what? It is speculative. I don't think it would have been that. I think it made me think that maybe they were looking to give up Kuminga for somebody that would have gone into the Jazz deal. Maybe it would have been Kuminga going somewhere, Podziemski. I just don't think the Warriors are going to trade Kuminga and Podziemski. I think they may come to grips with the fact that they're going to have to give up one of them and a lot of picks. But I tend to think, and don't ask me why, that he's talking about maybe some kind of a smaller move. Like maybe it was a move lined up to where they could have picked up another big man or something that could have started on the front line. I think that when you look at some of the trades that have been reported and what Utah reportedly has been asking for from the Warriors in terms of 4 picks and pick swaps and Kuminga and Podziemski and all of that, like that to me, like I think the Warriors are well within what's right to not give up all of that. Now you got to give up some of it. How much winds up being the key question, but man, it really got me. I've been thinking about that one all afternoon, honestly. Like, what exactly is he referring to there? And I think it has to deal with draft capital in the future for sure, and maybe draft capital in the future in an attempt to hang on to one of those young players or a couple of those young players, because I think Draymond's the kind of guy that views himself as almost, maybe a future coach, but a future executive or front office type. And I think there's a part of him that would think, oh, my God, like you're going to give up these, 3 firsts and 2 pick swaps and all that. Like, yeah, this is going to be great for us, but then we're going to suck and, we'll be gone. It won't be my problem. But the organization, the Warriors, everything that this current group had built is going to be long gone.
Yeah, I mean, the longevity and the drafting of this team, and maybe Draymond feels like that's a little bit personal to him, too, and that they were all developed here, right? He was a second-round draft pick. If anybody's going to look at the league and go, dude, you can find value there, it's Draymond looking at himself and like Jokic, you know what I mean? Look at guys who can make a difference and who can be impactful players. Also, interesting that maybe he does see himself as a front office type guy like that, or somebody who could help build something like that. Where are you, by the way? Because you and I haven't touched base on this in a while. On the trading of Podziemski or Kuminga, which one would you rather keep?
I would be willing to put Kuminga in the deal for Markkanen. I would be willing. Yeah, no, I would be willing to put Kuminga in the deal plus a couple of firsts and another. I would probably go Kuminga and 3 firsts, or Kuminga 2 firsts and a pick swap, which basically amounts to a 3rd first. I think Podziemski, and look, this is, people have written this. I mean, the fit, and the ability to get on the court at a high level and be a part of, really positive lineups that the Warriors have had last year as a rookie is something that shouldn't just go for naught or go as if it was some kind of a fluke. Like, to have the trust and to fit in what the Warriors like to do around Draymond, around Steph Curry, I think that and Podziemski's salary makes him pretty valuable. I think if you throw Podziemski in a deal and keep Kuminga, now all of a sudden you're having to look at maybe paying Kuminga before you totally know how good he is, which I think has the potential to be a problem. And you're also maybe looking, if Markkanen comes in, at having Kuminga have to make a little bit of a positional change, maybe playing more 3 than 4. Yeah. Now, I think he's more apt to be able to play the 3 if you have a big like Markkanen that can shoot from the outside. But I think there would be a lot more of a learning curve and changing things up. Like, Kuminga would not be able to straight be the guy that he was last year in the same ways. Next year. So I think it would be in many ways more seamless if Kuminga was the guy that was the value. And look, he's a very talented young player, plus the picks, and you keep Podziemski, who fits in all these different machinations and lineups. But the question becomes, does Utah want to do that? Because then Utah obviously would have to look at Kuminga being extension eligible. And the question then for them is, well, would you rather just pay Markkanen or pay Kuminga? So I think that's where this thing has been hung up over the course of the last couple of weeks. And also there's no real deadline pressure until you get to August 6th when Markkanen becomes eligible to get renegotiated and extended and all of those things that lead toward when he could be traded or not traded for the next year.
Mark Spears is going to join us in about 10 minutes here, ESPN and Anscape. He sat down with Steph Curry a couple of days ago. This came out in an article that he put out, some quotes from Steph here on his sit-down on his future with the Warriors. Steph said, quote, "It's tough, right? I've said I always want to be a Warrior for life. At this stage in my career, I feel like that's possible, and you can still be competitive. It doesn't mean you guarantee the championship. It doesn't mean winning. Winning is always a priority, but obviously you're realistic. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen if you stay the course. You need to shake things up and keep reimagining what it looks like to evolve with what the league is right now, with where some of these talented teams are now. I'm taking it one step at a time, to be honest. I think that's the only way to protect my happiness. Also, it allows me to enjoy being myself when I'm out there playing, and I'll continue to make the decisions that are best for me and my career. At the end of the day, when it just comes down to imagination, I want to win. Let's put it that way. It's a long-winded way of saying that if it's a situation where you're a bottom feeder and it's just because you want to stay there, I'd have a hard time with that, but I don't think that's going to be a reality. As Tim said yesterday, that is a long-winded answer. It's a word salad. And he also went like third person, or a second person, like, well, you're doing this, you're doing that. Like, no, Steph, we're talking about you and being here. I don't think he said anything that was not something we had sort of thought anyway. If he has gas in the tank and thinks he can contribute to a team to win, he wants to be on a team that he can help. He doesn't want to be here just for the sake of saying, yeah, I'm here. Kobe went and got another one, right? Kobe got another couple and kept battling after the fact, right? And then, of course, he goes down with the injury and derailed the end of what could have been an even longer career potentially for Kobe Bryant. That said, Steph, while he may be, as Tom and I said, he may be on like hole 14 or hole 13 if you're on the back nine or something like that, he's still contributing. And he's still, I think, a guy capable of being the best player on a championship team. But when you read those comments, what does that say to you?
He wants to win, and he wants them to push the envelope a little bit to make it happen if there's a deal out there to be had. I don't think he wants them to give up a bunch of young players that would hurt their ability to be good, but I think he wants them to look to make a move that works in conjunction with some of the other fringe moves that they've made this offseason and get them to a point where they can say that they have a legitimate shot to be a top 5-6 team in the Western Conference. I think he views it as they're close to being able to say that. They're the one big move away. Go out and make the big move. And it may not. I think it also says it doesn't necessarily have to be championship or bust, but it can't be play-in tournament or bust. Like hey, let's.
Yeah.
I want to be on a team. I think he's saying I want to be on a team that's going to get in and win a round, for a couple of times, and be in a second round series where you're playing a game 6 or a game 7, and you're a step away if you have a great game for being in a conference finals. Like I think it's more about second round and conference finals than it even is about winning championships. There's a significant difference between that level, the level that they were at 2 years ago when they got beat by the Lakers, and the level that they went out at where they got drubbed by Sacramento in a 10-9 game.
10-9's tough. I hate hearing that. I just hate that they're playing. That's the thing. They didn't make the playoffs. You got to be like, that's the thing, is have the moves they made this offseason made them a top 5 team? Probably not. Probably not in the West. We haven't even accounted yet for like Memphis. You know what I mean? For a team that's going to be a lot better. No, I don't think so either. And so it begs the question, what happens? And by the way, when we get to through the next couple of years with Steph's contract, Steve Kerr and Draymond, all this stuff can change. And who knows? Anything can happen. We've seen it happen with numerous superstars and numerous organizations. But Draymond flat saying, hey, I'm looking for stuff that helps this team, but helps this team in the future too. That's not something I want to do is gut this organization in order to make my last 2 years great. But we'll see what happens. I also want to hear from Mark Spears on what Steph's tone was in saying some of this stuff. You know what I mean? When you read these comments, it's different than when you're sitting across from somebody and looking into his eyes. So Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. He's going to join us when we come on back. What do you got, Tim? Tim's laughing his ass off like he's about to say something. What?
It was a word salad riff. It's nothing.
Okay, well. Go ahead, Britt. Come on. Now you did it. Now you halted the show.
How wordy was that word salad? Because the way that it reads, it's supposed to be as, neutral as it possibly can, right? But you can read into that 15 different ways. So, again, give me how wordy that word salad was.
Right. Don't use 15 words when 3 will do. You know what I mean? But he did. And he's like 700. So it's Holford and Copes, John Dickinson hanging out. We'll catch up with Mark Spears, who actually spoke to Steph Curry and got these quotes from him the other day. We'll get his thoughts on what Draymond was talking about with that trade, what's on the table for the Warriors, and what Steph's future holds. Mark Spears from Paris next on the Sports Leader. The Giants fell to the Dodgers 6-4 after Nick Ahmed hit a home run in the 8th inning. Not for the Giants, for the Dodgers. For all your Giants updates, keep it locked right here. KNBR's 104.5 and 680. It's the Sports Leader.
Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
We do it every week with our guy, Mark Spears, Hall of Famer and senior writer for ESPN at Anscape.com. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. First time we've done this with Mark, not overseas, but from Paris. We've talked to him from Africa before, but another transcontinental call. What's up, Mark? How you doing, man?
Man, it's really exciting out here. Was at a restaurant this evening, and they were showing some soccer, and one of my friends says, "This isn't live, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, this is live. It started."
Yeah, we underway. I got Germany, Australia on right now. I had Argentina losing to Morocco yesterday. I was like, what the hell is this? What the hell's going on, man?
But it's, tomorrow is a big day because the opening ceremony start. And I didn't get a media ticket to it, but I'm going to try to go near it. And the vibe, man, you could just feel the energy in the city. It's weird because you could tell a lot of people in the city center have departed. But, man, it's just kind of a buzz, like knowing what's going on. And I'm actually even looking at my schedule for a day off in basketball because I think I could go to the semifinals of soccer, and I did want to see something else. But I'm going to Lille on Saturday to follow basketball closely for about a week. That's what I do.
Yeah, good deal to have you there watching the hoops. I think that's what we need, Mark. We got Marcus Thompson covering track. We need Mark Spears on some hoops, dude. So You made some news yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? I don't know what time it was for you, sitting down with Steph Curry. And you had the conversation with him about his future. We just read through some of those comments, and it's funny trying to parse through them. He said at the end of that long answer, he goes, it's a long-winded way of saying, like, yeah, I want to win. I don't want to be on a bottom feeder. But I said, when we read the comments, it's always different than when you're having that conversation with somebody and looking them in their eye. What was his tone? What was his feeling, you think, when you were getting these comments from Steph?
It is what you thought it was, Coach. It is that. I mean, I had mentioned Dirk and Kobe and kind of the teams that they had in the end, and his kind of eyes lit up, and Steph is pretty honest. He chooses his words carefully, but he's pretty honest, and I could sense that there's nothing he would rather do as an NBA player than, play his entire career with the Warriors. But he didn't make the playoffs. He's not gonna be happy with mediocrity. So the key thing that he said was, they basically assured him that such won't be the case, right? So now he didn't tell me the behind-the-scenes inside scoop like of what this supposed answer is going to be. And I know a lot of people, and we've talked about this before, you get excited when free agency starts and you expect everything to happen then. But trades often get made in August. They get made the first week of training camp. So, there, I guess, needs to be some patience with it because there's still some time. But no, I think he's like, can you imagine the Warriors not making the playoff again and him just being like, okay, cool?
No, I can't. I mean, it's like the Kobe thought, like you said, like Kobe would have been pissed.
Yeah. So to me, I think I saw somebody commented on one of my posts about the story that, well, if that's not telling the Warriors what they need to do, I don't know what is, right? So and I've said this to you before, man, I just wouldn't assume that he's okay with mediocrity or less. Like, he's that loyal. And when you go out to a place like this where you're around, the top players in the league for like 45 days, they talk. They talk about their situations. And you hear different views, and they're going to recruit. And they're going to try to, hey, man, if this don't improve, man, hey, my people tell me we could do this for you. If you think that those kind of conversations aren't going on, you're a fool. Because they're on all these buses together. They're on these planes together. They're on trains together. And so I think there's probably more pressure now than there has been in a while to get a co-star next to Stephen Curry.
And Mark, I mean, how much of it from your read is the desire to, maybe not be in the finals or win a title, but the difference between, being a team that's going to get in, win a round, be in a second round, be in that Final Four, Final 8 mix, and out of the 9-10 game, basically.
Yeah, I think the thing for him is you just want to feel like you got a chance to win on any given night, right? You just want to have a team that you can battle with, can compete with. And I think they're close to being that team with one major addition where they have a chance to win every night. So, one guy I always remember, and it's funny, I'm talking about him now. I was in the subway today, long story. I was taking a lot more subway than I'm not talking about sandwiches, I'm talking about the subway out here. They gave us a free pass to take it around, and the traffic was so bad. So I came across this Tony Parker burger ad just out of nowhere, right? I got to post it just to make fun of Tony, like his burger ad that he had for. It wasn't a Royale with cheese, it was something else. But I mean, like, to me, like, the lost tapes that you never see, right, is Tony Parker playing for the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah.
And he left the Spurs. Part of it was ego. Part of it was the role, not being comfortable coming off the bench behind DeJounte Murray at the time, and not being comfortable getting limited minutes and the money they offer. So he goes to Charlotte. They give him a 2-year, $16 million deal. He says, like, when the season started, he's like, man, that was the first time in my career I didn't feel like we could make it to the playoffs. It's the first time in my career that I didn't feel like we could be competitive. And he's the only player I know that retired with a year left on his deal. Like, I can't do this, man. And he walked away. I think it's kind of like with Steph is like, I just can't see him after all this winning, like all the winning that Tony Parker's done, just being okay with being mediocre or less, and not he's been able to compete for a championship or playoff every year, to like not feel like that. Like, that's not, I could sense it's not telling me this, but you can't see him doing that, just playing on a team that is not going to be competitive. So, John, I don't know that it's championship or bust, but I think it's like, give me a fighting chance. I think that's what he's yearning for.
Talking to Mark Spears here on the Uma guest line. The one difference I would say is, and the Tony Parker one is a good example, it's just that he was never, if it were Tim Duncan, it would be different. That would be the different comp or the better comp to Steph, right? Because Steph is the guy. He's the number one. But for Tony to call it was a little bit different. He was a point guard. He was never the focal point of the offense, but he was as important of a cog to those championship teams. I want to play, I don't know if you've heard this comment from Draymond Green. He was on a podcast.
Yeah, I did.
You did hear it. Okay. Well, so him talking about how they were going to make a trade earlier this week or last week, and he sort of said, like, I thought that wasn't a good idea. It was going to help me for the next 2 years, but it wasn't going to help the organization, and I'm about the organization. I always have been. What did you think about that when Draymond said that? One, is the trade, you think, I mean, maybe I assumed it was the marketing deal and maybe a haul of picks and whatever else there was, but then Draymond's comments about wanting what's best for the organization.
Well, I thought about it, and this is like, I haven't talked to Draymond, and I don't know if he would tell me, but he said it would help me and Steph now, but it wouldn't help the Warriors in the future. Getting marketing helps the Warriors in the future. Marketing is like 26, right?
Sure.
Marketing could help the Warriors for, 7, 8, 9, 10 more years. So when I thought about it, and again, I could be wrong, this is just my guess, if this is something that could only help Steph and Clay, is it Zach LaVine, maybe Jimmy Butler? To me, that sounds like a veteran player. That doesn't sound like a young guy, because at Markkanen's age and his ability, like, that's one thing that attracts me to him for the Warriors. Is okay if it is Kuminga or if it is Brandon, at least you're getting a young all-star back. with all due respect to those two guys who are great players, they have not been an all-star. I guess they have potential. I don't know if they will be. Lauri Markkanen is a 7-foot three-point shooter who could get rebounds and score you 30 in a game. And, as Tom said last week, yeah, he's played on a bad team, but his numbers were consistent. You go look at his numbers, his game-by-game numbers, you know what you're going to get. And if I could trade a guard for a 7-footer who can shoot threes, I get over it, I mean, you got to give something to get something. Danny Ainge ain't just going to hand you a player of that caliber. It's going to sting a little bit. But I don't think it was Markkanen, because Markkanen helps for the future. Markkanen helps long past Steph and Draymond.
Yeah, and the interesting part, Mark, is, and I wanted to hear it one more time, but I thought he said made some trades. Like I thought he said plural, and kind of thinking about it during the last break, it made me think maybe there was something that was the lead up or a precursor to the Markkanen trade, like send somebody out to get a guy that almost sets up that next trade, or you're getting a pick back that you're going to send in the other deal if you do the other deal. It led me to wonder, which I've thought, like I feel like they've got 2 or 3 things, not that are at the ready, because Utah obviously has to be willing to dance, but I feel like they've got to, hey, if we do A, we're also going to do B, and if we do C, we're also going to go do D and E. It feels like there's a lot of things that they're looking at potentially doing.
Yeah, the one thing I think teams do sometimes is they fall too in love with their players. I get it. You're in the same room with them. You see them grow. They're your babies, right? You drafted them. This ain't the time to get sentimental. It's the time to get better. And if Markkanen ends up going somewhere else and the Warriors have nothing in advance, I mean, those 2 players are good. They need a superstar. They need an all-star. They need somebody that's, I know what they're going to get from one game to the next. And those guys are good players, but again, you have to give up something to get something. I don't know, man. I'm a Markkanen fan. I'm going to keep beating that drum. Those 2 guys are good players, but they ain't him.
Who do you think, Mark, would be the next low-key target? If, let's say, we get to August 6, August 7, and Markkanen signs, and he's going to be on the Jazz for next year, right? We'll know that in a couple of weeks. At least we could, depending upon how it plays out. Yeah. Let's say it plays out that way. Who are you here? Like, who are some names that maybe haven't been discussed that could pop back into a conversation, you think?
It's getting slim, man. It's getting slim. I mean, Zach LaVine, he's still out there. I like Zach, although he's had some tremendous knee injuries. I definitely think he would love to be in Golden State. He's there's a risk involved, but if he hits, I mean, Zach LaVine could give you he could be that number 2 scorer if he's healthy. I mean, that's the big thing. If he's healthy, there's a risk there. I don't know really else who is available. I mean, you're going to try to get the Jimmy Butler thing again, like JD tell me, like I'm like going in the depths of my brain trying to find somebody.
Would you do? And I mean I wouldn't do this, but would you do Wiggins for? It would have to be Wiggins and more, but would you do Wiggins for LaVine? I wouldn't do that.
Yes, push the button.
I would do it.
Okay,
I would do it. Just why not? What's the reason not to?
Yeah, and I think Chicago would do it. And yes, I would. I like that.
Interesting.
Maybe they have to get creative with something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there'd have to be more money, obviously, going.
I don't know if you remember. You heard this, JD. I saw LaVine at a Giants game.
Okay.
And he Snell is his future brother-in-law.
Oh, I did not know that. Blake Snell is Zach LaVine's future brother-in-law.
Yeah.
Wow, how about that?
So I guess his wife's sister is engaged to Snell. And so the game I went to, Snell was pitching. And they went to, and he got hurt. Remember when he got hurt?
Yeah.
That was against the Yankees?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the Yankees game.
Yep.
That's why I was there. They were playing the damn Yankees. and so when I left, it was he was leaving with his whole family, like in future family and stuff like that. And I kind of was like, hey man, chase him down the street, brother. And he just smiled. I think he would love it. If that's what you're losing, is the thing is that JD, it's interesting you mentioned them because everything I've read is they want to move on Levine. They want to move him, and I think there's if it's like a Wiggins Levine thing, I think both people would be happy. And that's not in terms of a risk, right? Like, why not try to do that and marketing if you can?
Well, that would be a different conversation.
We're living in a fantasy world, right? I'm throwing things that we're just being fantasy GMs right now without fantasy season being available. But if
Mark,
you could do that, if you could somehow figure out a way to get both of them, there's some reason for some different excitement.
Yeah.
Well, if you can get Markkanen, then you can do a lot of different things. Like if you could get Markkanen, then Kuminga could play the 3. And then that opens up, the ability to move Wiggins.
Are you guys
Wiggins.
that in love with, like I said, I love Brandon, man. That's my guy, nice guy. But are you in love with him that you wouldn't trade him to get Markkanen? Like, come on, man.
Who?
Come on, man. Come on now.
Which player are you saying? You two in love with who?
Brandon.
Pajemski?
Yeah.
No, I'd rather have Markkanen than Pajemski too.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if this stuff is true, like, what are we talking about?
Yeah. And the picks, anything else that Danny Ainge wants, right? You're in the Dunleavy's 10-year future of picks.
I'm saying if he can't be off limits, come on now, stop. That sounds silly.
I can't imagine he's off limits.
Trade stuff. I don't like. Come on, man. Be cool. That just sounds. That sounds silly.
Well, let me ask you this, because we talked about the sound that or the cut we played in the comments from Draymond.
Off limits?
But that means Steph and Draymond have a say in this too, right?
Yeah, sure, but I'm just saying, off limits. Come on.
Here's one for you, Mark. I got one for you. If, let's say, Steph says make the deal, and Draymond says, I wouldn't make the deal because it's going to hurt the future, and I'm suddenly concerned about the future, as he mentioned in that clip. Who's got more clout in that?
Oh, man, shoot. 30. You almost made me curse. I said, shoot. 30, man. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is they didn't do a deal last week, so that's the reason I asked.
Steph might have been on the same page, right?
You know what? It's weird here, man. I really want to see if I can talk to Steph, kind of pick his brain a little bit. But, like, they're like zoo animals here, man. Like, you can't really get close to them. You know what I mean?
Like the NBA team specifically? Or the basketball team?
I'm talking about the players at the Olympics, man. It's just like they had a press conference today with like 500 people for like 40 minutes, right?
Right.
And then next thing you know, like, it's over and Steph is whisked away, right? Go to practice today, and it's like, we're just bringing Steve, and that's it. Like, no other player came. And the reason why I didn't bring any other player, because Steph and Durant had talked earlier. There's 10 other guys. Like, and
they're all superstars.
Yeah, they talked. Some guys talked yesterday. LeBron hasn't talked in a few days. It's my point is it's anybody that knows what a mix zone is, it's odd access, man. You got to pick and choose your spots, and sometimes there's no spots to pick. So we all went to practice today just to talk to Steve.
Maybe tomorrow you'll get Mark Few.
Oh, no one's available tomorrow.
No.
We only get Mark Few.
No, tomorrow's the opening. Tomorrow's the ceremony.
The only thing, you better swim in that river and swim to the boat. That's about the only thing.
Oh, don't get in the sign. Don't do that, dude. You don't want to get in there.
No.
You heard about that? They had a whole protest where everybody in the city was going to take a crap in the like in the water months ago.
The mayor jumped in there, but the president never did.
Nah, once the president said he was going to, everybody was like, I don't think so, man. I don't know if I want to do that. Then everybody started saying they were going to crap in it before the politicians jumped in it. Dude, they had a whole protest lined up.
That'd be like having a swim competition in Lake Merritt, dog. I'd be scared to know what we find at the bottom of Lake Merritt if we drained it.
Well, yeah, but the sign has been declared ecologically dead. Like, they did tests on it, and they were like, don't get in this thing.
Suitcases of muddy, skeletons.
Yeah, you can have a whole lot of serial numbers scratched off when you drain Lake Merritt.
Guns. We don't need to drain Lake Merritt.
No. It's like being.
I was in Lake Chalet one time. This guy was talking about he could swim across. I'm like, dog, I'll give you $1,000 to do it right now.
No, he could do it, but he don't want to do it.
He acted like he was going to do it. I would have found that money. I'd have gave it to him. I knew there was no way he was going to go swim in that lake. Something would have grabbed him underneath.
Disgusting. We ain't swimming in Lake Merritt. We ain't swimming in the sign. Mark Spears live from Paris, getting ready for the Olympic opener tomorrow. The opening ceremony's going on tomorrow, but we got Olympic soccer on right now, actually. Germany and Australia women are playing as we speak right now. Mark, we will catch up with you.
Are they really playing right now?
I believe so, I think this is live, yeah.
It's 2:15 in the morning.
Well, then they're not playing now. It's from earlier this afternoon, I guess. I don't know what time it is there. We're watching games here. I'm like, I don't know what time it's on. We got a 10 a.m. women's match later this week. I'm
staying up for y'all, Hoss. I got to talk to my people.
All right, well, get to sleep, Mark. Get some rest, man. We will talk to
you. I appreciate you letting me speak to Airways, man. Is that car okay on the Bay Bridge? I saw that.
Is it, Tim? The car that was on fire? That's par for the course, Mark. That's just a Thursday, man. I didn't even see this one.
Yeah, that's just,
The sideshow, no, that was something. Yeah. Mark, we will get some rest, and we'll talk to you next week, man.
Brother.
All right, bro. Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape at 2:15 in the morning from Paris, getting ready for the opening ceremonies in the Olympics tomorrow. We'll take a quick break at 5:30. Joel Corey, CBS NFL contracts and salary cap expert, is going to join us, talk a little bit about Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk and where the 49ers stand. When we come on back, day 2 of actual practice going down at training camp. JD was down there. He'll paint the picture for us next. And Bill Barnwell had a great piece on ESPN.com today about whether or not the 49ers can actually hand Brock Purdy $325 million next offseason. Then he threw out, is it possible they could trade him? A whole bunch to get into in Bill Barnwell's piece. After I tell you that just because it's 5:13 doesn't mean we're not still giving away tickets to go to the Aftershock Festival. That's right, 2 weekend passes to go to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento, October 10th to the 13th. Tune in between now and 6 o'clock. I'll give you the cue to call. When you're caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, you will win. Furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. Get the official rules at KNBR.com. Tickets at AfterShockFestival.com. Tim, what's the cue to call today?
Average Joe's wins in a shocking upset.
I feel shocked.
There's your cue to call when you hear that. 415-896-KNBR, and you'll be going to see Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, and many more at the Aftershock Festival. And you'll see Tom's mom, I'm sure, in the mosh pit. When we come on back, JD paints the picture. 49er training camp, day 2. That's next on the Sports Leader. Another day, another Brandon Aiyuk update. He's still holding in. Yeah, nothing new. For everything 49ers, keep it locked in your home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the Sports Leader.
and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Training camp, JD with me today. Tom out today and tomorrow. JD, we call it training camp day 2?
Day 2.
Or is it day 3? Because they reported 3.
I mean,
does report day count as day 1?
Practice day 2. I roll with practice days as the days, but you could probably say day 3.
You know who thinks it's day 3? 2. You know who thinks it's day 3? Anybody like you
Papa.
who had to be anybody who had to be out there? Any player who doesn't live in the Bay Area who had to show up to work?
That's true.
It's like when they tell you school starts on a certain day in high school. They're like, yeah, it starts on Wednesday the 15th or whatever. And you show up and you're like, it's orientation day and it's not real class, but you're like, yeah, but school started. I'm here. I had to be here. I got to clock in. I'm here. It counts.
100%.
Because if you're not there, you get fined.
That's a great call. The players had to report, so it's day 3 for them. You got that right.
It's definitely day 3. Practice day 2, though. Brandon Aiyuk still hanging out on the sideline. Trent Williams still not reported. Paint us the picture here for day 2.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey was back on the field today. Deebo Samuel, I think, impressed today and impressed in looking like a wide receiver. Right, he's running more traditional routes, at least the first couple of days. It hasn't been the short stuff where it's run after the catch and the handoff stuff. They probably haven't installed that yet, obviously for this season. But Deebo looking more like a receiver was one thing that I jotted down. McCaffrey back out there. They've got a lot of depth at corner. That's something that I think is noticeable in watching. Luter had an interception today. Malik Mustafa had an interception yesterday.
Luter?
That's the good news. I was waiting for it.
I
was waiting for it.
I didn't know if you were going to go there. I thought you were going to do it for me, but I was like, does JD know the bit?
Darrell Luter had a pick today. The problem with both of those picks is they've both come off of the arm of Josh Dobbs. And the backup quarterbacks have kind of been in the underwhelming department. I think both the backup quarterbacks. Again, it's 2 days. You don't want to read too much into it. They're not in pads until next week. But seeing McCaffrey back out there, obviously brings a different level to this thing, and we'll see. John Lynch and Brandon Aiyuk just chilling in the end zone, watching practice together. No flyby for our Aiyuk today. By the assembled media on the sideline to make sure everybody could shoot the video of him, being there for a second consecutive day. But yeah, I mean, Deebo stood out today. The Luter interception was probably the defensive play of the day. Kind of meh so far for the backup quarterback battle between Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brandon Allen.
Yeah.
Jeez. I want, for some reason I wanted to say Nick Allen, and then because I was thinking about Nick Ahmed.
Wasn't Nick Allen an A's player? Is he an A's shortstop? Isn't he an A's shortstop?
Nick Allen was like the A's version of Nick Ahmed.
I think he's still around, Nick Allen. Yeah, I think he's like one of their young dudes who brought up to play infield. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah, Brandon Allen with the, it's kind of looked okay as they battle. And, we'll see. The revamped defensive line, I think, shows, and a lot of depth at corner. They've been rolling with Yadam on the outside, and they've been rolling with Lenore on the inside the first couple of days, obviously with Mooney Ward and Jair Brown and George Odom have been the two safeties that have been running with the ones. But, really don't know as far as the defensive line until you get out there in pads and guys start banging around a little bit. But it's noticeable the different bodies, Malik Collins and Gross Matos and Leonard Floyd. And, they really attempted to try and revamp and retool around Nick Bosa and Javon Hargrave.
We are going to catch up with Joel Corey, CBS NFL contracts and salary cap expert in about 5 minutes here, 6 minutes at 5:30. But Bill Barnwell of ESPN had an article out today on ESPN.com. I'd implore everybody, especially because Tom and I have been talking about this. We did yesterday, Kerry and I, about what kind of contract Brock Purdy could be looking at next summer because of what Jordan Love is looking at now, what Dak Prescott and Tua are waiting for right now, and because of the contracts that were already handed out to guys like Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow and whatnot. $55 million a year guys like Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow are getting. So when we were talking yesterday and the last couple of days, we were throwing out, I mean, is it outrageous to think of Brock at 60 or 65 million when he becomes eligible for an extension in 2025 next summer, when the salary cap is going to go up north of probably 285, 86 million for next season? Brock's in for a massive raise. Right now, guys are looking at a contract of, 55 a year. Jordan Love's on the verge of getting a massive extension. I just mentioned Dak Prescott. And I know people look at that and go, well, I don't know if I want a guy like that to make $55 or $60 million. Fact of the matter is, if you believe a young quarterback on your roster is going to be there for the next 4 to 5 to 6 years, that's the price of doing business in the NFL today. Bill Barnwell's piece talks about an extension of Brock worth upwards of $320 million. I don't know where to start with this, but he is going to be due for one of the biggest contracts and one of the most incredible stories into a contract like this that we've ever seen. How much of the Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams stuff comes into play, or how much of Brock Purdy next summer comes into play with what they have to deal with this season?
Yeah, I think if he has a year like he did last year or even a little bit better, I don't think the 60 is off the table. Here's the question that I have for you, though, and I do think they have to plan to answer that question a little more directly. I think part of the reason why Aiyuk isn't in and Trent Williams maybe isn't in is they're trying to make sure that they've got all the math right as to how they work it, knowing that Purdy's going to get the largest raise in the history of the NFL. But the question I wanted to ask you is, because I think we know the high end as far as what Purdy could be if he goes and wins a Super Bowl or even just performs at the level that he did last year. My question for you, Copes, would be, do you foresee any scenario where before the 49ers actually pay Brock Purdy, like what if they take a little bit of a step back this year? Let's say they go 10-7 this year and they make the playoffs, they don't go to the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy declines a little bit. Still really good, but the numbers are down a little bit. Few more interceptions, maybe a couple fewer touchdowns, a little less efficient, completion percentage down a little bit. Do you think there's a world where we're having the debate as to whether the 49ers should actually dip their toe into the $55 to $60 million range at that point, even though it feels like the floor for Brock Purdy is 50?
Yeah, I can't imagine even with a slide backwards. Even if it would have to be a disastrous type of season. Like if Brock got hurt, I think he's still in for the 60 mil. Do you know what I mean? Like if he got hurt, then it's not that it's beneficial for him to be injured, but as long as it's not some structural shoulder thing again. But if something were to cost him any time this season, I think a lot of that would play into it. You know what he's capable of doing through a full season. He set the 49ers passing yards record in a 16-game season last year. He did not play in Week 18, right? He sat that one out. For me, I think we've seen enough. Tom and I over the last 2 years talked a lot about that. How many games did we have to see of Brock last season to know what we were seeing was legit? I can't imagine that after 2.5 seasons now, a Super Bowl run, an NFC Championship run, that barring something mega and a disastrous type of season, like he's nowhere near the same guy, that we're not talking about 50-plus. I think 55, 60 to 65 is probably what we're looking at, just because, again, that's the nature of doing business, and Brock will, in fact, have the leverage when it comes to this situation. Right? There's nowhere else you're going to go.
I'm with you in that. I guess it just because of where he was picked, and I just wonder if there is some level of decline, does part of the conversation become, well, he's only been a starter for 2+ years, and like where you're unsure, almost like where it got a little bit with Jimmy Garoppolo. And look, I don't want to get into that whole conversation, but when it starts to decline maybe a little bit and you wonder if it's going to get back now that you know that number is going to be at a high level. Again, it's a random hypothetical, but I think we're all just assuming that there's going to be a continued ascent. And it kind of led me to, because we've seen the 49ers get in that position before, just something I'm kind of wondering about. Not predicting it necessarily or anything like that, but just with so much money on the line and us all penciling it in, and you just said it, 55, 60, 65, I've called 50, 55 the floor. It just kind of made me wonder, like, what would there be a scenario barring the catastrophic one where we're looking at this thing and the 49ers suddenly are having to look at this thing like, well, wait a minute, we're going to pay him, the top tier when maybe he shows that he's closer to a mid to really good tier, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Well, where are you going to go?
I just think it's going to be a wait and see. But as it stands right now, Brock would have to have a pretty catastrophic season to not be in this market, I think, next year, considering the money that Daniel Jones had already gotten entering last season. Tolbert and Coach John Dickinson hanging out with me on this Thursday afternoon. Joel Corey, CBS NFL contracts and salary cap expert, had a good piece on Brandon Aiyuk saying he offers more value to the Niners in 2024 than any draft compensation they'd get or any wide receiver. We'll talk to Joel Corey next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Upset.
I feel shocked.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes Thursday afternoon. John Dickinson hanging out with me today. He was out at 49ers training camp this afternoon as Brandon Aiyuk. He was there. He just wasn't practicing. Here to talk about some of that, Joel Corey, our CBS NFL contracts and salary cap expert who wrote about Brandon Aiyuk yesterday, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's going on, Joel? Adam Copeland and John Dickinson here with the 49er flagship in San Francisco. How you doing today, man?
Oh, I'm doing well. How you doing?
We're doing well. I think everybody's just sort of pouring over this Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams thing, and then as that comes, so does the conversation about Brock Purdy next offseason, what kind of money he could be looking at relative to these other quarterbacks. But I'm looking at your piece from yesterday, and you flat out say that Brandon Aiyuk offers more value to this team than any draft pick compensation or any wide receiver they could trade for would. I don't think there's any dispute there. The question is how they get this thing ironed out.
It's a very well-defined wide receiver market, so this should not be a hard deal to do. There have been a couple of monkey wrenches thrown in the equation that people weren't necessarily expecting. I didn't see A.J. Brown getting an extension because he had 3 years left on his contract at $32 million per year. Everyone should have expected Justin Jefferson to become the highest paid non-quarterback. Amon-Ra St. Brown's deal came in a little higher than expected. Jalen Waddle kind of threw me for a curveball because he is clearly the number 2 receiver in Miami to Tyreek Hill. That's a 3-year extension averaging $28.25 million per year. Brandon Aiyuk has been the favorite target of Brock Purdy. He's got the most targets of anybody on the team since Purdy took over as quarterback. So he's, I guess, your number 1. I have a hard time seeing him signing for anything less than Jalen Waddle.
Well, and Joel, the fascinating part for me now here as training camp opens is, what are the negotiations like now, and at what point does it reach, hey, this is our best offer from the 49ers side versus, okay, go ahead and play on that fifth-year option because we're not trading you. Like, there's still a ways to go before it gets to that point, but I'm wondering right now as we sit here on July 25th, like, what is the incentive to get this thing done if we're talking about a couple of $1 million either way per year over the course of a deal?
Well, the incentive to get it done early would be you saw that Nick Bosa wasn't quite Nick Bosa at the beginning of the season last year if it was holdout. You ultimately got there right before the start of the regular season because it should have been fairly obvious to even Stevie Wonder that he was going to be the highest paid non-quarterback. So the NFL's always been a deadline-driven league. The first deadline was start of training camp. Next deadline is going to be start of the regular season. So we still got a ways to go. I expect this thing to get done at some point before the regular season starts.
You said you expected, I'm talking to Joel Corey here, CBS Sports on the Yuma guest line. You said you expect him to get no less than Jalen Waddle did. I'm wondering what his dollar amount is. I think that's what everybody's wondering. I actually think he's in the class of Amon-Ra St. Brown. St. Brown's usage was higher, but I think they're comparable in terms of what it is that they offer. He's just a bigger part of the Lions' offense. Does $30 million seem like that's probably the baseline?
Yeah, it's probably what he's targeting, $30 million per year. He probably saw that deal, and, I'm every bit the equal of Amon-Ra St. Brown. So, yeah, that's probably what he wants. And Jalen Waddle, since that came in the latter part of May, probably solidified his thinking. One way you could look at it is you could take Deebo Samuel's deal from a couple of years ago, and if you adjust it for salary cap inflation, because the cap went up 22.67% since then, that's going to put you at $29.25 million per year, which is going to get you right in that same range. So it's going to be no less than Jalen Waddle. Wouldn't surprise me if he got eventually to Amon-Ra St. Brown. But this shouldn't be a hard deal to do. It's not like you don't have a bunch of deals which are done. And then you're going to have CeeDee Lamb come in. Now, CeeDee Lamb, at some point, I expect him to get done. Dallas caves the holdouts. They did to Ezekiel Elliott. They did to Zach Martin last year. And he's either going to be the highest paid non-quarterback or the second highest paid wide receiver. And you throw that into the equation, that comes in first. That's only going to solidify Aiyuk's thinking that $30 million is the right number.
Does it feel, because to me it feels like the 49ers operated this in a way that was the right way to go about it. Like they snuffed out or sniffed out that there was going to be a big receiver market here. They tried to get this deal done early. There were reports that Brandon Aiyuk was maybe about to accept an offer, and then all these other contracts start blowing up. Is that sort of the feel of what happened to the market? Like they tried to get ahead of it, and then the market sort of exploded around them?
Yeah, when that happens, really not a whole lot you can do to it because a team can't go, well, we don't like these deals, because if the flip side had occurred and all these deals are coming below market, they'd be trying to use them against Aiyuk.
Sure.
So turnabout is fair play. So as Tua said, the market is the market.
Well, and Joel, I don't want to oversimplify, but if Aiyuk's number, and you've really well explained it, is $30 million per year, and let's say the 49ers are more in the 26, 27 range, why is it so difficult to not just meet in the middle somewhere eventually, or is that just where Aiyuk's like, no, I'm not doing it? Because I just keep coming back to at some point the 49ers can say, hey, we're not going above, for example, 28 or 28.5, play on the fifth-year option then, and there isn't really anything Aiyuk can do about it at that point, right?
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't have a lot of leverage in this situation. His leverage is the hold-in right now, and the thing with the hold-in is you have to have the team being cooperative with that. We saw a couple of years ago hold-in which went sideways with Roquan Smith. Mm-hmm. He was initially on PUP because of an injury that happened, I think, in minicamp or OTAs. And once that ended, you had accusations of bad faith on his part. I want to be traded. Ultimately, he was, and he got paid and became the highest paid off-ball linebacker in Baltimore. But they were threatening to start fining him if he didn't start participating in practice. So that is the downside of the hold-in. Usually you got a player you really like, you're not going to go that route, and you're going to be like T.J. Watt and the Steelers, and you're going to let him do what he needs to do to get ready without putting himself in harm's way until a deal gets done. But one thing you have to take into account is, when is Aiyuk going to have deal fatigue? If he has deal fatigue, then the Niners are going to get a better deal than they would if he's really resolved. And ultimately, who's the one calling the shots? Is it Aiyuk or is it his agent? The agent's job is to execute the wishes of the client, but sometimes clients let agents or give them wide latitude to do what they want to do.
Deal fatigue. That's a hell of a term we got to run with. I'm getting deal fatigue on this Brandon Aiyuk thing, to be frank with you, Joel. Joel Corey with us from CBS Sports.
About 6 months of it.
Yeah, right. It's been a long time. Which quarterback gets the first $60 million a year contract? Dak, Tua, or Jordan Love, and how does it affect Brock Purdy next offseason?
No, Jordan Love's not getting $6 million per year. He might be the highest paid player in the league, but it's always been Dak Prescott. To me, that's always been the number for Dak Prescott if you wanted to get something done this year, given the dynamics of the situation. He's got this astronomical cap number that they're still carrying at a little over $55 million per year, $55 million for 2024, I should say. He has a no-trade clause, so you couldn't trade him if you wanted to, and he's got a clause where you can't stick a franchise tag on him at the end of the year. Plus, if those fake dummy years void, which is the last day of the 2024 league year, you're going to have a $40.46 million cap charge. Now, you can avoid that by getting a deal done before then, convert those into real years. But even if he re-signed after those years void, you got that cap charge plus whatever cap charges for the new deal. Dak's going to be the guy that gets $60 million plus.
How does that affect Brock for next offseason?
Yeah.
Well, this is assuming Brock Purdy plays like he's been playing the past couple of years.
Sure.
Then he's going to have a case to be the highest paid player in the league. Here's one thing that Niners are going to have to deal with. That they made a quarterback who had played 5 pretty good games that they barely knew what he could do, briefly the highest paid player in the league. You got a much longer track record with Brock Purdy. And this year can determine a lot of things. Let's say the Niners go out and win the Super Bowl and he's Super Bowl MVP. Just give him a blank contract and have him fill it in. Or let's say the opposite occurs and he regresses kind of like Garoppolo did. Are you going to be excited about giving him an extension?
Well, that's the question we were talking about a few minutes ago, and I posed it, is could there be a scenario where the numbers decline, maybe the record declines, and the 49ers are reluctant to go into that $55 to $60 million range? You know, what would or even start to wonder if they want to give a guy like Purdy top-tier money when maybe he's a top end of the second tier kind of a player. Do you feel like that evaluation still should be ongoing through this season?
Yeah, if he doesn't play well, it's going to affect his contract. But if it's par for the course like last year, he was an MVP finalist, then he's going to be up there.
Another minute or two here with Joel Corey, CBS NFL contracts and salary cap expert. Just a thought from you on Trent Williams. You say I think we all agree that the Niners have the leverage against Brandon Aiyuk. Does Trent Williams have the leverage here even with years left on the deal?
No, that's why he's holding out. And his leverage is, we know from when he was with the Commanders that he's willing to stand on principle, because he held out in 2019 until the end of October, basically the trading deadline. So this is a guy that if he's something he feels strongly about, that's what he's willing to do, given that he's the best left tackle in football. You can't really replace him. Then that's where his leverage comes from. Now, what would be interesting or intriguing to me is if this thing drags on and they go out and start kicking the tires on David Bakhtiari, who was the highest paid offensive lineman when Trent Williams replaced him, although he's been injury-prone the past couple of years. That would be an interesting move. He's 36. His contract runs through when he's 38. There's a balloon payment in the last year in 2026. There's no guaranteed money left on the deal, so maybe shifting some money around from the back end 2026 to 2025, 2024, reallocate that, guarantee next year. That'd be my first move to try to get something done with him.
Well, they got stuff they got to figure out. As training camp opened a couple of days ago, 2 of their best players not on the field quite yet. Joel Corey, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. We really appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Good deal there. Joe Corey, CBS NFL contracts and salary cap expert. You missed any of that, check that out. Some good insight there from him. And check out his piece on Brendan Aiyuk from yesterday. He even suggests alleviating some of this pressure by trading Deebo Samuel next offseason after the drafting of Ricky Pearsall. But again, all this stuff is speculative as to what happens this year. Niners have drafted some receivers last few years, and we didn't see, Danny Gray was one, right? We thought maybe this guy's going to be a part of the offense, and we've yet to see any of that emerge. But I think for Pearsall, there's certainly more hope that he's a big part of what this offense has to offer going forward. Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon. John Dickinson hanging out with me here. He'll be with me tomorrow as well from 2 till 6. We got Rockies coming to town for Giants baseball this weekend, a 4-game series with a doubleheader on Saturday. Bill Lasky's going to take you from 6 until 9 tonight, and we'll see what Lasky's got going on next after the Giants fell 6-4, losing 3 of 4 to the L.A. Dodgers. Tolbert and Copes, Lasky next on the Sports Leader. Today was the debut of KNBR Off Air, the brand new YouTube-only show during Giants day games where everything and anything goes, even Derek Papa. Check out the show live on KNBR and the YouTube channel on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, we've always got questions, especially if you've got unfiled tax returns. How do you handle them?
We want to talk to you about there's so much we want to talk. And people feel so frustrated. They feel like they're drowning in 1,000 feet of water. They don't know what to do. They throw their hands up in the air and say, that's it, I've had it, I give up. No. Look, if you're not filing the return because you don't have the money, that's the most common situation. We want to go to the IRS for you, cut you a sweet deal. Suppose you say, but Steve, I don't have my records. No problem. We'll go to the IRS and state, get everything you have on you. Suppose you say, Steve, I have all my records, and I keep all of them in a trash bag in the corner of my garage somewhere. I'm not really into that bookkeeping thing. No problem. There's no bookkeeping department to do that for you. The bottom line is there is no good excuse not to file the return. Don't wait until when newly hired IRS agents come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Just talk to us. We'll explain everything to you, and then we want to do everything for you. So you don't have to talk to the IRS, deal with them, nothing to do with them. And the only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
That's why you give Steve Moskowitz a call to let him help you, whether your files are tucked away somewhere or you know exactly where they are. He's your guy. 1-88-TAX-SEAL or find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com. All right, wrapping things up on a Thursday afternoon. Tolbert and Copes, John Dickinson hanging out with me. And tonight, Sports Phone KNBR will be hosted by Bill Lasky, who joins us. What's up, Bill? How are you, man?
How are you, gentlemen? JD and Adam. Hope you guys are doing well on the last, hopefully the hot day of Northern California before we get a break.
A little cool off this weekend. Yeah, I saw that was coming in, which I've been okay with the weather today. It hasn't been too brutal, but I know it's hot in other parts of the Bay Area that are not San Francisco. How about this, Bill? The best the Giants can be at the trade deadline is 3 games under 500.
Yeah, I saw that too. I was counting numbers also, and when you look at the month of July, 8-11 right now, and that's not showing you much in a positive role for this team. And this road trip, I would have never even thought about it at All-Star break going 2-5. I thought this would have been a winning road trip, possibly splitting the Dodgers, but it just come to fashion, and now they got to come home and retool, and hopefully something happens with this offense, because this team is really in dire straits of getting some runs. One of the stats I read, runners in scoring position in this entire road trip, 11 for 54. That's not going to get it, gentlemen.
No, I don't like that.
No, not going to cut it, Bill, at all. And I think, when you start to look ahead at the final 2 months, and buy or sell obviously is the question, but to me, they can pitch if they keep it together, but the hitting and the overall sloppy play are the two things that have just been consistent for this team that tell me they can be a little bit better, but they can't be 30 and 20, 10, 12 games over 500 better between now and the end of this thing.
Oh, you're so right, JD. And mental errors, dropping balls in the outfield, balls falling between them. Then you have Bailey and Chapman colliding on a pop-up. Things like that. You don't just see that in the big leagues. You don't see that on an everyday occurrence with big league players. And these are things that are just mental strain, maybe stress, maybe things are just kind of tightening the rope around these guys. I have Alex Pavlovich on a little bit, and I want to talk to him about the mood in that clubhouse and see if anybody's really panicked, if anybody's really opening their mouth. Are they fired up, or are they just giving in? Those are the things I always look at, especially when the team's going down a hill like they are.
Do you think, Bill, that this game today decided the seller or buy options for the Giants?
I don't think so. I think whatever's available, I think Farhan's going to look at anything. I'm hearing possibly a veteran pitcher as a starter. I'm looking at maybe Alex Cobb. He's only got $5 million left on his contract. He may start Sunday, and if I'm seeing him start Sunday, then there's eyes on him right now. He's been throwing the ball in these rehab assignments a lot better, and he would be a flyer if you wanted to get a starting pitcher with some veteran experience, and the cost isn't that bad.
Bill, you've done a lot of shows, post-game shows this year, as have I, but I don't think there was a more maligned player maybe on the Giants than Nick Ahmed. For him to do what he did today.
You got to be blanking me, dude. You got to be blanking kidding
exactly.
me, Bill.
You got to be blanking kidding me.
I was the same way. When he hit it, I'm like, hit the wall, don't go out. And the pitch was down, but we've watched him hit balls down, and he had him 0-2, got him to 2-2, and I still don't understand why he just didn't go away, because he can't hit a ball away at all. And you could have probably told him a slider away is going, but something down in the zone, and he nailed it. And then, of course, Ohtani hitting that next pitch, a slider down in the zone. And I thought they really pitched Ohtani well in these 4 games.
So did I. Should have had him on that pop-out the other night, Bill.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Absolutely right.
You know what, I'll tell you this, though? The Ohtani home run made me feel a little bit better about the Ahmed one. I was like, oh, okay. Well,
no, either one. No,
he would have got you anyway.
If Ohtani
when they tied the game up, that was a surprise to me, because I was like, right. Oh wow, okay, they tied it. Now what are they going to do? And sure, they brought Tyler Rogers in, and I said, oh, okay, he might be able to, but I know both of you remember the Dodgers hit him pretty well. They stay back, and they are always looking for that ball down in the zone, and they hunted it today, and it cost them 2 home runs.
So, you said it wasn't as big of a surprise to you, I guess, or you said it was a big surprise when they came back and tied it.
Yes.
Yeah, just because they haven't been the comeback kids of late, right? We're doing it all the first part of the season, and when that's your calling card, that you can come back when you're already down, it's not a great thing to say about your team. What did you think of Robbie Ray's start yesterday?
Excellent. I really did. And I was probably the same person as everybody thinking that first inning. Slow down, relax, take a breath. His jersey was soaking wet. He was trying so hard to throw that slider for a strike. And it was really just getting out of that inning. And you saw him just go in the dugout, try to take a breather, and try to get his thoughts together. And he slowed down. Even in a postgame show, he goes, I was racing. I couldn't slow myself down. And you got to think about this, both of you guys. You guys had Tommy John surgery, and he's doing rehab starts in San Jose and Sacramento. Then your first start, you go against the Dodgers in L.A. How excited are you? How nervous are you? Yeah, and it's normal. It's got to be that sense of a good player like Robbie Ray, 10 years in the big leagues, and he's like a little kid again. He's on the mound trying to throw a strike, and he just couldn't, and he was trying so hard. But I was so glad he got through 5 innings.
Bill, one of the more confounding aspects of this team, how do you explain being just so many bad at-bats early in the game and just no life, and then you get to the 7th, 8th, 9th, and beyond, and it's almost like a different team? How can it be so bad for 2/3 of the game and then so good in many ways and so different over that final turn?
The other thing, too, JD, you're firing on some of the best relievers coming out of the bullpen, and they're not going to cover off the ball. They have nothing in the middle of the game. It seems like they're just dead in the middle. They cannot score in the middle of the innings, and sometimes early, and then they don't score anymore. I just think the offense is so inconsistent. And, today Soler goes an 0-2 pitch from Trident, one of the best relievers, and gets a base hit. I mean, those little things like that add up, but they don't have enough to continue to add up. And that's what the problem is with this Giants offense. And like I said, the number's 11 for 54 with runners in scoring position, and also 16 strikeouts out of 27 outs today. And you're not going to win too many games that way.
What do you got going on tonight, Bill?
I'm going to jump in with Alex Pavlovich, and then Kerry Crowley are going to jump on. He and I are going to jump on and look at all the possibility of some Major League Baseball trades with some of the big players' names. And I said to Kerry, you're going to put your GM hat on, and you're going to buy, you're going to sell, what are you going to do? So we're going to have a little fun with that later in the show. Then I sat down with the Rivercat pitching coach. First time he is in AAA. Alan Keano is his name. He's been in the minor leagues 4 years with Eugene. And
used to be the Emeralds, yeah.
Yeah, well, something like that. But in Eugene, and he's had a lot of these guys when they first came up. So I had a chance to talk to him about Ryan Walker, Eric Miller, of course, Hayden Birdsong. The early days with these guys, and it's pretty funny how he says how they were in the beginning and how they are now. And a good conversation with Alan. So that's coming up, and especially all the phone calls. I'm sure I'll get a good handful of calls about this team and what direction they're going to go.
Oh, you'll get some calls. People are pissed. You can count on that. All right, Bill, have a great show tonight, man. We'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks, guys.
Good deal. Bill Lasky going to take you from 6 until 9 tonight. Yeah, you said it was a big surprise to him that the Giants came back and tied it. Bigger surprise that they tied it or that Luke Jackson struck out the side? I'll let you decide. Thanks to our guests today. We had Joel Corey. Check out that podcast. Good stuff from him, our CBS NFL contracts and salary cap expert. Podcast up on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Also, caught up with Mark Spears on Steph Curry's future and talked some trades with him. We got into some specific trades potentially for the Warriors with him. You can check all that out, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Thanks to Derek. Thanks to Tim. Quick show today after the Giants lost to the Dodgers. JD, we'll do it again tomorrow, 2 until 6. Actually, 6:15. We got Giants pregame tomorrow against the Rockies, but we'll do it then, man.
Looking forward to it, my man. Always good to be with you.
All right, good deal. John Dickinson with me tomorrow. Bill Lasky is coming up next. Until then, take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation's
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, welcome to Sports Phone KNBR on a Thursday night. Bill Lasky hosted the show from 6 to 9 tonight. Got a good group of guests coming up and having some fun with this. And, of course, I'm sure we're not going to have fun talking about the San Francisco Giants team as they just got off a 7-game road trip. And if you had asked me at the All-Star break what would their record be, I would have never told you 2-5, but they definitely only won 1 game in Colorado and 1 out of the 4 games in L.A. And today they tied it in the 8th, but Tyler Rogers ended up giving up a couple home runs. One, of course, to Nick Ahmed, who now is playing with the Dodgers, and then Shohei Ohtani hit his 31st, and the Giants ended up losing that game 6-4. But there's more concerns coming about this game, and I think one of the biggest concerns I'm going to talk about right off the bat is Logan Webb. In his last 6 starts, he's 1-3 with a 5.75 earned run average. You could dissect the numbers a little more: 36 innings, 32 Ks, but 14 walks, and I think that's one thing that's uncharacteristic of Logan Webb. Opposing average with runners in scoring position, 350. That's right. So some things are going on here with Logan Webb. Mislocations. He's starting to throw a cutter, more of a 4-seam fastball. He threw 89 pitches today, and he really, at times was good. And then at times he got in trouble and couldn't get out of it. 89 pitches, 57 for strikes, which is pretty good. But when you look at first pitch strikes, 19 only and 27 hitters. So those things, those numbers right there will tell you some of the problems that Logan Webb is having. And he's usually that first pitch strike guy, the changeup most of the time, or that sweeper. But today he just didn't have it. He threw mostly sinkers today. He threw 46 sinkers, average between 94 and 90, which is about right. The changeup kind of got back into the mix. His last game was mostly sinkers and sweepers. And he's using the 4-seam fastball to elevate the fastball. He threw 5 of those, and 2 of those were for strikeouts, so he did elevate very well. He only had 4 strikeouts. 2 of them by the 4-seam fastball, 1 changeup, and 1 sweeper. Not a lot. And a lot of players from the Dodgers were going the opposite way with that sweeper. The right-handers were going to right field, as well as the left fielders going away, or the left-handers going with that sinker to left field. And if you're doing that, you have to start elevating the fastball, because most of these hitters, if you remember watching him pitch, opposing teams like to jump on his first pitch. It's mostly a changeup. But today he was mixing up, but they still ended up getting 9 hits off him, 4 earned runs. They ended up getting in the second inning a leadoff walk by Lux and 2 base hits after that, scored 1. And then in the 4th inning, after he does a shutdown inning when the Giants take the lead 2-1, does a nice shutdown inning in the 3rd inning, only threw 8 pitches, and he got a 1-2-3 inning. And I thought right then and there, okay, he's got the lead. Now he'll advance through the game. Well, that didn't happen, as Lux hit a double down the left field line, strikes out Hayward. Kiki Hernandez really stifled Webb today, going 3 for 3 off of him, and he ends up going to right center field with a double on a 3-0 pitch. A 3-0 pitch he swung at and nailed it over Yaz's head for a double. And then sure enough, Austin Barnes on an 0-1 pitch down in the zone, a changeup, got another base hit, got the other run in, and he ended up giving 2 runs and gave up the lead for the San Francisco Giants, and they couldn't catch up after that, getting up 2 runs in that 4th inning. They got another run in the 5th, and then 2 more in the bottom of the 8th with Tyler Rogers coming in. And, of course, the backbreaker, Nick Ahmed, of all people. The Dodgers picked him up yesterday. He was in uniform today. He got a first hit in the 6th inning off Sean Jelly, and sure enough, in the 8th inning, had him 0-2. Tyler Rogers had him 0-2, got him to 2-2, and then threw a slider down, but it wasn't down enough, and Nick Ahmed hit his 2nd home run of the year. Of course, the first one was with the San Francisco Giants, and then Ohtani followed that up with a slider down for his 31st home run. And the Giants couldn't muster anything up. A base hit by Ramos in the 9th inning and a 6-4-3 double play by Chapman. But I think the number that really is highlighted in the offense is 16 strikeouts. 16 strikeouts, again, double digits. And 8 of those strikeouts were with runners in scoring position. They were 3 for 12. They left 10 on base. But when you start looking at put the ball in play, they couldn't do it again today. 8 strikeouts with runners in scoring position. And, of course, 3 for 12 is not going to do it. So they finish out the series with the Dodgers. The Dodgers are done. They go 4-9 on the season. They only play 13, as we all know. So they don't play the Dodgers anymore. Now they got to look at what's next. And what's next is this homestand against the Colorado Rockies, with a 4-game homestand Friday, doubleheader Saturday, and a single game Sunday. And those games are going to be meaningful. We're going to find out what's going to happen here, what Farhan Zaidi's going to do, if he's going to start selling pieces, if he's going to gain anything from it, maybe some prospects down the road. Maybe he'll buy something. We don't know. We don't know what's down the road here. I'll be talking to Alex Pavel in a little bit, and we'll find out what he's thinking and what opinion of maybe some of the teammates in that locker room. I really want to know what the vibe is in that locker room after this road trip. And then they have a day off on Monday, and sure enough, they play Oakland, the Bay Bridge series, a 2-game series. They will play in July, and then they'll go in August on the 17th and 18th, Saturday and Sunday, and play their last 2 games at the Oakland Coliseum. It's just sad that the Oakland A's will be moving out of there at the end of the year and playing their games up in Sacramento where the Rivercats are playing. But a good show starting today. Alex Pavlich going to join me in a little bit. I have Kerry Crowley. We're going to talk about MLB trades. And Alan Keano, who's the Rivercat pitching coach. And we'll talk about some of the pitchers down there that have been pitching pretty good. And I know you'll remember some of them. Spencer Bivens being one. Tommy Romero's another one, Mason Black, and there's a few other ones we'll talk about. So we'll have that coming up. And, of course, all your calls at 808 KNBR. So we're going to take a quick break, come back with more right here. My name's Bill Lasky. I am the host, and this is Sports Phone KNBR.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Another day, another Brandon Aiyuk update. He's still holding in. Yeah, nothing new. For everything 49ers, keep it locked in your home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
I'm a player here. I just work here. I don't know what he's going to do. The only thing we can do is try to win like we have. We'll just try to do a better job at it, I guess.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, welcome back to Sports Phone KNBR on a Thursday night. Bill Lasky hosting tonight, and that was Logan Webb talking to one of the reporters about what he felt Farhan Zaidi was going to do, is sell or keep the team together. He more or less just said, I just pitch here. That's a good answer, good middle-of-the-road answer, but let's look at what he's done the last three outings. It's really gone negative ever since the Toronto game before the All-Star break. He went 5 innings, 8 hits, 7 earned runs, and then he had that start in Colorado where he went 6 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs, 4 earned, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts, and then today he backs it up with the Dodgers at 5 innings, 9 hits, 4 earned runs, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. And you could take all those and mix it in with 6 starts. Last 6 starts, 1-3 with a 5.75 earned run average for the ace of this staff. And I think he's grinding. I really do. I think he's starting to feel it. Not making good pitches, selection of pitches, location of pitches, and we'll find out what happens. His next start mostly will be against the Oakland A's. All right, let's get to the phone lines, 808 KNBR if you want to jump on there. Let's go to John in Santa Rosa. John, you're on with Bill Lasky on KNBR. How are you today?
Bill, extremely disappointed. We should have been 5-2 on this road trip. We wind up 2-5.
Yeah, you just look at it, and the offense, when, I start throwing these numbers, they only scored 25 runs in this whole road trip, and one of them was 8 runs against the Dodgers, so you got to look at that. And there's just not enough runs being scored here to give the starting pitchers some room to breathe as well as the bullpen.
Well, Bill, this roster, I've talked to you about it before, it's so flawed right now.
Mm-hmm.
We just don't have anybody performing. No one is performing. And at this point, I'm open to anything. I don't think anybody in this roster – I think everybody in this roster is fair game now as far as selling, buying, or whatever.
Yeah, it just depends on what the organization wants to do moving forward. Are you going to get rid of some of these free agents like Blake Snell, Alex Cobb, maybe Robbie Ray? Those probably are going to be the 3 starting pitchers that maybe teams will want to jump on. As well as Robbie Ray threw the other night. Why wouldn't you go after him? He's strong as a bull, and Blake Snell, a little bit more money to throw in there, but he has been devastating his last 3 starts. And if somebody's got the money and you need a rotation, why wouldn't you knock on Farhan's door and see if he's willing to be part of any of those 3?
Absolutely. And as far as position players go, I don't know why, Yaz maybe, Conforto, Chapman, none of those guys are performing up to their standards right now. I know
before the game today, John, they did throw Michael Conforto, Mike Yastrzemski, and also trying to think who it is. Wilmer Flores, those 3 that they said that they're throwing out there. Again, Wilmer Flores goes on the IL today, and he's really in bad shape. That knee is in bad shape, could have surgery, so I don't think he's going to go anywhere. But when you're looking at teams like the Milwaukee Brewers, who just lost Christian Yelich, why wouldn't you try one of those 2 guys to play outfield unless they go bigger dollar? And, there's a few other big names out there. So I think you're going to start seeing some movement this weekend. I think the trade's going to start moving, and we're going to start seeing some of these top-tier teams start seeing if they can pull some players from these lower-ranked teams.
Well, hopefully we can sweep the Rockies. I don't know. I mean, we got to go at least – realistically, we got to go 6-0 on this homestand. We can't lose.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, but, the biggest thing, John, is I look at the month of August. The month of August, you play a lot of teams that are under 500. Even that doesn't mean anything. Teams that you should beat, I should say, put it that way. We thought the Giants were going to go in and beat the Rockies 2 out of 3 in Colorado, and that put a sucker punch on us. But, we can't look at teams now and say we can beat them. The Giants can beat them. You just can't do that anymore because we just don't know what kind of offense is coming out of here. I think the starting pitching is exactly what the Giants wanted in the earlier part of the year, but, come to fashion, these guys are just starting to break ice now, and nobody knows anything. Nobody's really, showing your cards, and I'm sure we'll know more as this homestand comes upon us.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
John, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. And I think that's going to be the flavor of mostly all these calls tonight, as well as leading up to the 30th of July when the trade deadline does end, and what players are going to move, what players are being looked at. Just like I talked to J.D. and Copes, I read an article today that Alex Cobb might be pitching Sunday, and they have Jordan Hicks throwing. And then they said that somebody was looking at Cobb possibly in a trade. Well, he's throwing the ball well now. We know he's a veteran pitcher. And if he does start Sunday, I'll ask Alex here coming up. If he does throw Sunday, he might be in a possible trade. And why wouldn't you take a flyer on him? Veteran experience. He's got a good forkball, good fastball. His arm is okay. And he's only going to cost you $5 million because he's on a $10 million contract. So that's a possibility right there. And there's other people that you could probably nitpick and see a cherry pick, I should say, and see if there's guys that some other teams may want. But we'll find out. It's now wait and see. And we're going to see how MLB starts attacking these trade deadlines. And, of course, the 30th at 6 p.m. East Coast time will be the last trade. Let's go out to Hawaii and talk to Bert. Bert, how are you? Aloha, and everything good in Hawaii?
Yeah, all's well. Hi, Bill. How you doing?
How are you?
All's well. All's well
good.
here in Hawaii. I really enjoy your show. I'd like to hear Giants baseball. I enjoy your show after all the games. So good job with that.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you supporting me, and I appreciate you listening. And they're good baseball. They're great baseball talk. A lot of the callers, I always say, Giants fans really understand the game. They analyze the game. And there's really some good discussions on some of the things that, fans want to hear, fans want to see. And that's what I love about doing talk shows. It's the back and forth and what you think and what I think. And it's our opinion because we're definitely not in the front office.
No, exactly. Yeah, very good. Well said. I just wanted to start off positive and about the Giants in general and the organization, and that's in regards to how they play the game. I mean, they, when they get a base hit and stuff, they give that salute, and
right.
After they have any game-winning hits, they don't go and tear off jerseys, and when they hit home runs, they don't be hanging chains on people's head as compared to the Dodgers, which I think is really.
Oh my! And one other thing I want to throw in here, Bert, and Bob Melvin and I are good friends. Bob Melvin and I were teammates, and I am so glad he instilled when that national anthem comes out, your whole team goes out and stands right in front of the dugout. Mm-hmm. I like that. I think baseball should push that more, and more teams are doing it. The last manager didn't want to do that, and I didn't like that at all. And this way, I think more and more people see that, and they honor it. And I think Bob Melvin brought that back in a very good fashion.
Oh, glad to hear about that because, we don't get to see, obviously, the pregame stuff here in Hawaii and all that. So it's glad to hear that they are doing that. The Giants team is doing that. And I know Captors team did not. I was aware of that. So glad to hear about that. And just adding on to what I was going to say about the Dodgers and how they irritate me when they do that.
I don't know what that is. Tell me what that is, Bert.
I don't know what that is. And it's so that's why I always laugh when they end up losing in the playoffs every year. And, and I
do you do the dance at home, Bert? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Your wife and you do the dance at them?
Oh, exactly. And they did the same thing last year. They had some other thing they were doing last year, and I guess it's a ritual. But, like I said, I'm just proud of the Giants that they continue to play the game right.
Respect the game. I think the word is respect, and I'm right there with you. And just the way everybody dresses now, everybody's in uniform. Sure, there's days when it's real hot, whether they throw a pullover, but it sure looks a lot better when you look in that dugout and you see pretty much everybody around the manager talking to him. I love when Brian Price is right next to Bob talking pitching. Those things mean a lot for me watching the game as an ex-player. You didn't have too much of that when Bailey and Gabe was there. It was a little distant sometimes, and then you'd always see Bailey go and get the phone, where I think now it's more discussion, and with Brian Price, a little more expertise on the pitching side.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay. Hey, a couple other things. Tyro Estrada.
Woo.
That's one guy. Well, I mean, obviously there's a lot of players that's been kind of disappointing, but Tyro Estrada, I'm just mind-boggled as to what's happened to him. I mean, he is normally clutch.
Well, if I threw the numbers, Bert, you'd probably if I threw you the cold numbers right now, Bert, you would probably be shaking your head. When he came back from the IL, and that was between Toronto and Minnesota series, 2 for 22. That was it. And on this road trip, it didn't get any better. 1 for 12.
Yeah, I know.
So,
yeah.
and swinging at the first pitch a lot. I don't know why he's standing right on top of the plate. That was another thing that I saw that he never did before. He stood right on top of the plate when Kershaw was there, and he just couldn't hit that slider going in on him. A different stance maybe a little bit more aggressive, but somehow, some way, he is just not seeing the ball well.
Yeah, but it's very disappointing. I mean, I thought if one person that would do well would be Tyro, but so nothing, no injuries or nothing like that regarding him, as far as you know.
Well, Bob Melvin talked about it in one of the post games, saying that, he has some nagging injuries, but he said Estrada will never tell me. He's a gamer. He'll go out there if something's hurting. And that's what some of the veteran players do. That's back in our day, when I was playing. Nobody told the manager or trainers they had a sore knee or an elbow or a wrist. They wanted to play, tape it up and go out there. Now, a little more coddling, which is fine, a lot more money put into it, and there's a lot more players that go out there if a player can't play. But if you've got an arm that's hurt or a wrist that's hurt and you're trying to swing, you're not going to do much. And I just wonder if that is hampering him. He's got hit a few times, but at the same time, I'm right with you, Bert. Estrada just is not hitting the ball like we know he can.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to take up too much of your time. But
no, go ahead. We got a few more minutes before I got a break.
Okay, and just, with the hitting problems that we're having all season long, and I know you don't like to get on the managers or the coaches and talk about that kind of stuff, that's people's livelihoods as well, but Pat Burrell, shouldn't he be on the hot seat or be? Well,
he's working his tail off. I'm going to tell you, all these hitting coaches are working. They're in there so early, taking early BP in the cages, watching video. I've seen it. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would question it. I say, as an ex-player, instead of talking about the coaches, let's talk about the players and what adjustments they're making or they are not making. And when you start looking at batting averages and understanding that Solaire's hitting 224, Chapman's hitting 234, then you look at Estrada 216, and it gets worse, Conforto 226. Those are the guys that have to make a difference in this lineup, Bert. Those are the guys that have to come through in certain scenarios. And Conforto has just been cold as ice, 2 for 21 on this road trip, and one of them was a double today. So just think, 1 for 20 going into that at bat before he got the double. They're just not making good swing pass. They're not making good contact. And the other day they popped up all the time. Today they struck out 16 times, Bert.
Yeah. No, I just look at the team as a whole and the hitting problems, and I just kind of, I don't know. Then I go back.
It's got to get better. That's all. It's just got to get better, Bert. And how is it going to get better? I don't know. I say change the lineup around a little bit. I know he loves Soler leading off. Maybe put Fitzgerald up there, get some speed. He had Fitzgerald second today, and they kind of owned him his last two at-bats. They kind of elevated the fastball and threw breaking balls down. He punched out twice. He's been hot. He had that nice triple today, and, of course, was it 4 home runs in 4 games, something like that. But, just can't ride one hot hand. You got to get more than one guy in that 9-hitter lineup to get hot, and they just can't get it going. And I look at strikeouts. They had 8 strikeouts with runners in scoring position. And when you hear any hitter, you hear any analyst as a hitter, they always say, just make contact, put the ball in play and see what happens. And they didn't do that today. All right, Bert, I'll let you go. I'll have a good day. Have a good day in Hawaii. Enjoy the sunshine, and thanks for the call. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, we're going to take a quick break on Sports Phone KNBR and come back with more. My name's Bill Lasky. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
It's a 2-5 road trip. It's not good enough right now. It's not what we expected, not what we wanted. We got to go home, play better.
We want your reaction, so give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR. This is Sports Phone KNBR, streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
All right, back on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. I love the song, Ralph, Cold as Ice, and the San Francisco Giants on this road trip was definitely cold and ice. They were in 2-5. And in these 7 games, they scored 25 runs. That was it. They scored 9 in Colorado in 3 games. And here in L.A., they scored 1 game when they won with 8. They scored 2 in the first, 2 in the second, and, of course, today 4. Not many runs when you need to win some games in the near future, especially, like Bob Melvin said, very disappointing road trip. And as I said during the All-Star break, man, I was so excited to watch this team play after the All-Star break, going into Colorado for 3, and then going in to play the LA Dodgers for 4 games. When you were looking at the rotation, and the first 2 games were rookies throwing, first guys. And I was like, this is the perfect time to play this team, man. It just didn't come to life on this road trip. Now they're coming home, playing a single game tomorrow. Kyle Harrison on the hill for the Giants on a Friday night, 7:15 game, a double hitter Saturday. Blake Snell will pitch the first one. Hayden Birdsong will throw the second one. And then Sunday, it's an and/or. It could be Jordan Hicks or could be Alex Cobb. We'll find out as the weekend moves forward. But you start looking at who's hot and who's not on the offensive side. Of course, Tyler Fitzgerald just had a great road trip, going 9 for 19 with 4 home runs. He was the hottest of all hitters. Yastrzemski had a good road trip. He went 6 for 22. But after that, the numbers just go down, and they go down fast. Bailey, 4 for 21. Chapman, 5 for 22. Conforto, 2 for 21. Wisely, 3 for 18. These numbers are your analytic numbers, as you always wanted to hear. Analytic numbers. These are numbers. That's why this offense is struggling. And you talk about, runners in scoring position on this road trip. 11 for 54. That's right, 11 hits in 54 opportunities with runners in scoring position. And today they were 3 for 12 and 8 strikeouts. 8 strikeouts with runners in scoring position. Just a tough road trip for this offense for the San Francisco Giants, losing 2 out of 3 in Colorado and then losing 3 out of 4 against the LA Dodgers. Now their record's 49 and 55, 6 games under 500, 5.5 games out of the wild card. And you look ahead. You got to be positive. You got to move forward. You got to see if something could happen on a positive note. Well, the teams that you're playing in the next 2 weeks could be that positive. But again, we thought that's what was going to happen in that 3-game series in Colorado. Now Colorado comes here, and they have a dismal record on the road, way under 500. They play 4 games here, and then the Giants have Oakland A's coming in Tuesday, Wednesday. Then they go on a road trip in 1st of August. They'll be traveling to Cincinnati for 3 and Washington for 4. So you start looking at the schedule, you start hoping, you start thinking it could turn around. When you start looking at the month of August, that's about the month that they're going to have to really turn this around and try to get over 500, because September is mostly all playoff baseball. Arizona, Milwaukee, Baltimore, Kansas City, Arizona again, St. Louis, San Diego. So the month of August, you have to get going here if you're going to pull any kind of rabbit out of your hat to get in the wild card. Right now in the month of July, 8 and 11. 8 and 11 right now. When you start looking at what happens through the months, so you start off in the month of March, they were 2 and 2. The month of April, 12 and 14. The month of May was their best month, 15 and 13. The month of June, 12 and 15. They had a little run at the end of June to get to that number 12. And then, of course, in the month of July, 8 and 11. Just a tough year for the San Francisco Giants, and you heard it in Bob Melvin's voice talking about this is unacceptable. This was a road trip we need to win. We need to turn it around. Now they're coming home, and hopefully they will get going here. 808 KNBR, if you want to get on the phone lines. Alex Pavlovich is on his way. He is going to the L.A. airport. We're trying to catch up with him. So let me take a quick break right now and come back and see if we can grab Alex. This is Sports Phone KNBR. I'm Bill Lasky. More coming up right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Today was the debut of KNBR Off Air, the brand new YouTube-only show during Giants day games where everything and anything goes, even Derek Papa. Check out the show live on KNBR and the YouTube channel on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, welcome back to Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. Giants lose today 6-4 against the Dodgers. The Dodgers beat them 3 out of 4. They're now 49-55 coming to a homestand. where they play Colorado for 4 and Oakland for 2 before they go on their next road trip to Cincinnati and Washington. My guest today, Alex Pavlich. He was down in L.A. He watched the 4-game series. I'm sure he was pretty happy he didn't have to go to Colorado. Alex, how are you?
I'm good. I was happy I didn't have to go to Colorado.
I figured that. Well, you know what? This road trip, everybody thought it was going to be better than what it turned out to be, 2-5. And you got to look at runners in scoring position as one of the biggest questions and how the Giants can overcome this.
Yeah, I mean, it's been there all year, and I think today, especially the strikeouts, there was that one sequence where Kershaw got 3 straight guys with runners on, and it's been an issue for him all year. And those are 2 things that have kind of popped up in big spots: is just not coming through, first of all, and second of all, striking out, which as you know, it keeps anything good from happening. So I think today was pretty emblematic of what we've seen for 4 months.
Well, they threw a stat out there in NBC Bay Area's postgame show. The road trip, they were 11 for 54. 11 for 54 with runners in scoring position. And, of course, 8 times today with runners in scoring position, they struck out. You just mentioned it, 16 strikeouts. That is a lot when you're only getting 27 outs.
Yeah, it's just not going to do it. I mean, it's a team that does not – we know they don't love – they don't run, they don't love to play small ball, but I mean, you need some productive outs at some point. It's just, runner on third, just too often they just get absolutely nothing. Strikeouts or pop-ups from a lot of these guys. So it's been their issue. I think going back to really that first road trip, and there have been some times where they've looked better, but it's just something they haven't been able to overcome this year.
Logan Webb, tough game again today. His last 3 really struggled. Toronto, Colorado, and now the Dodgers. And when you look at what he's done in his last 6 starts, 1-3 with a 5.75 earned run average. And that earned run average really got hurt in Toronto. He gave up 4 in Colorado, 4 again today. But what do you think's going wrong here? I know first pitch strike's difficult. He's been throwing now a cutter, a cross-seam fastball, a little bit more of a mix to try to elevate the fastball. But what have you seen out of him that he's getting hit pretty good now?
We asked him that today, and he didn't really have an answer for it. I think the main thing that stands out to me, just looking into the numbers a little bit during today's game, is the changeup, which was maybe the best pitch in baseball last year, just hasn't been there for him, and the numbers on that are not the same as they were last year. So I don't know what exactly is the reason for that. I know they've been digging into it, and really, if you go back to that first start here at Dodger Stadium, he kind of said the same thing. So he didn't feel comfortable with the changeup. He thought he should have thrown it more, or didn't feel comfortable with the changeup usage. So it's just been there, kind of something he's been dealing with all year, and he's been able to find ways around it. But that's a really dominant pitch for him. So it hasn't. When you're without that pitch on certain days or for stretches, it's going to be tough.
Well, let's go to a positive. Robbie Ray. Boy, that first inning, I think everybody was just hoping the line drive would be the final out to get him out of that inning. He gets out of it with only 1 earned run. But, boy, the switch just turned on. He slowed everything down. The mechanics got better. The arm slot got better. The release of the slider got better. And he put a show on for the next 4 innings. You got to see it live. How was it?
He was fantastic. I mean, you can understand the first time back. It's going to be there's some nerves, and I think there's some adrenaline and some things he maybe didn't expect. But after that, I mean, that kind of shows you why they traded for him. It shows you why they've been so confident and why they've kind of talked about him for months. Is this is going to be a big piece when he gets back? So, I think he will be a big piece. Whether we'll see what they do. I mean, whether that's a big piece over the next 2 months or whether it's for the next 2 years and 2 months. I think as you look forward and you think about what they do at the deadline and building for the future, I'd be really excited about throwing him with your usual Logan Webb and Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong and Jordan Hicks and those guys.
Alex Pavlich from NBC Bay Area joining me as he's ready to take off out of L.A. to come back home. And thank you for your time, Alex. But at the same time, let's talk a little bit more about this team. The offense, they scored 9 runs in Colorado. Then they came back in a 4-game stint and scored 16 in L.A. And one of the games they scored 8. So, again, the offense just couldn't get numbers together. They battled back today to tie that game in the 8th inning, which really surprised me and a lot of people. But then Tyler Rogers gives it up to Nick Ahmed, of all people. And did you have a chance to talk to Ahmed at the end of the game?
No, I went to the Giants clubhouse, so I'm not sure if I didn't see a victory lap from him. I don't think he's the type to do it. But certainly I think that was I joked on Twitter. I mean, that's kind of the baseball gods they're telling you. Just like, this is maybe not, things are maybe not going your way.
Yeah, and Ohtani comes up, and boy, they pitched Ohtani well in this 4-game series. And sure enough, he takes a slider down, and of course, a ball down to a lefty, and he didn't miss that one. Hit his 31st one in right field. How do you think they did against him? I thought they pitched him very well in his hands, elevated the fastball, and at times threw a slider, back foot slider, and got him. What did you see out of the Giants pitchers going against him?
Yeah, I thought they did really well. I mean, especially Eric Miller, right? He's kind of the Ohtani killer right now, and they really were kind of lining up their bullpen to have Miller in those spots. And they definitely had a plan. I think you nailed it. They were trying to go inside on him quite a bit. The problem with Ohtani is you feel like you did great against him this whole week, and you look up and I don't know, what did he drive in, 4 runs in the series, maybe?
Yeah.
three or 4. He had the home run today. That was a pretty big homer, just given that they had used all their leverage relievers at that point. So that's kind of what he does. You feel good about it, and you look up and he still has that home run.
2 players that had a pretty good road trip, of course, Tyler Fitzgerald being the first one, 9 for 19 on the road trip, of course, with 4 home runs. And Yaz is starting to heat up a little bit. He was 6 for 22, and I thought his last homestand did very well, 6 for 11 with Toronto, Minnesota. And, you start looking at both these players, and are they going to stick around? Tyler Fitzgerald, of course, being the young one. But Yaz's name was brought up in before the game, along with Conforto and Wilmer Flores, that could possibly get some looks from other teams. Have you heard anything different?
I have not heard specifically about what teams might be looking for. I have always just been a fan of his, and I think he's sorry, trying to pump gas as I talk to you here, but I think he is has been a. Hold on, Bill. I'm gonna call you back.
All right, no problem. That's Alex. He's taking a little break here, and we'll take a quick break and come back with more with Alex Pavlich as he's trying to get out of L.A. and grabbing some time to talk to me on Sports Phone KNBR. So we'll take a quick break and bring Alex right back for a few more words. This is KNBR. This is the Sports Leader. I'm Bill Lasky. We'll be right back.
It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. sound right, boy.
Not great. I think everyone in here is pretty disappointed. I'm disappointed. I pitched pretty last 3 times that I've thrown, and there's no excuse for it other than just not great.
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
All right, back on KNBR with Bill Lasky. That was Logan Webb, a very depressed Logan Webb, just talking about his last 3 outings. We've been talking about that for the last half hour, and he's just got to snap out of it. Of course, he went to the All-Star game, gave up 3 runs in 1 inning. It just hasn't been the same Logan Webb ever since that Toronto game. That was before the All-Star break. Went to Colorado, gave up 4 earned runs, and today gave up 4 earned runs. And this is the ace of the staff, and I think he is mad at himself. He wants better numbers. He wants better location and pitches, and most likely he will change that because Logan Webb is an all-star, and he is the ace of the staff. Right now, Blake Snell's not bad. The last 3 starts, he's been throwing the ball real well. We'll see him Saturday. Don't forget the doubleheader Saturday. Tomorrow, Kyle Harrison will be on the hill for the SF Giants, and then Saturday you'll see Blake Snell in the first game. That starts at 4:15, and then there's a half hour or 45 minutes between games, and of course Hayden Birdsong getting called back up to do the second game. He'll be the 26th or 27th player, so they can add a player, and that's going to be an old-time doubleheader. That's pretty cool for Saturday. And then Sunday, possibly Jordan Hicks, possibly Alex Cobb, but we'll find out as the weekend progresses. Alex Pavlovich is still mustering through his rent-a-car and getting through the L.A. airport. We'll see if he jumps back on with us, but I just want to kind of reset the game today. Of course, the Giants lost 6-4 in an afternoon game. They're 49-55 coming home, and the L.A. Dodgers are just strong as hell, 62-42. And again today, Clayton Kershaw took the hill. The Giants had him in the 3rd inning with 4 hits in a row, a base hit by Soler, a triple by Fitzgerald, Ramos with a little ball off of Kershaw's back, and then Matt Chapman hit the next pitch up the middle, and boy, we thought everything was going well for the Giants, and sure enough, Clayton Kershaw comes back, punches out Patrick Bailey, call strike 3 for David VR, and then Tyro Estrada swung over a breaking ball, 3 strikeouts in a row, and that runner in scoring position, 2 of them right there, just got beat up right there by the Giants, and the Giants could not muster anything back on Kershaw. Kershaw goes 4 innings, 6 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. And you might have not heard, you heard me say David VR before the game. Wilmer Flores was put on the IL with a knee swelling of the knee, and David VR was called back up, and he ended up starting at first base. Punched out 3 times before he hit a double in the 8th inning, leading off that inning. And sure enough, Michael Conforto came back with 2 outs after Estrada and Yastrzemski struck out. Michael Conforto hit a double to right center field. Soler comes up against a tough pitcher, Trident. Had him 0-2, and he leaked a little slider, and Soler ended up getting a base hit to tie the game right there at 4-4. And sure enough, they brought Tyler Rogers in, and in the bottom of the 8th, Nick Ahmed. Of course, Nick Ahmed got signed a couple days ago by the L.A. Dodgers after the Giants put him on waivers, and nobody picked him up. And yesterday, he didn't do well. Nick Ahmed didn't get anything yesterday. He got a hit in the 6th inning off Sean Jelly, and sure enough, he came up in the bottom of the 8th inning after Barnes flew out to left field and hit a 2-2 slider down for a home run to left center field that ended up taking the lead for the L.A. Dodgers. And sure enough, after that, Shohei Ohtani hit the first pitch he saw from Tyler Rogers, back-to-back home runs for his 31st home run of the year. And the L.A. Dodgers ended up winning 6-4. The Giants could not get anything going in the top of the 9th. I was talking about batting averages. I was talking about who's hot, who's not. And it's just starting to show where some of these major league hitters, some of these veteran hitters, and I'm not pointing fingers, I'm not ripping on anybody, but some of these guys have to start getting better at bats. And the one guy I'm going to look right at to is Michael Conforto, a guy that's in the middle of the lineup. Of course, he didn't start today with Kershaw, but he came back in, struck out the first time, hit a double. But on this road trip, he didn't do much at all. He only had 2 hits, 2 for 21 on this road trip. In Colorado, just didn't even make good contact. 0 for 9 in 3 games. Really striking out a lot. Really over an elevated fastball. And when you're looking at numbers of Michael Conforto for the year, 0 for 9 in Colorado, and he ended up going 2 for 12 in L.A., so he ended up going 2 for 21. And here's a guy that you're paying good money to, a veteran hitter in the middle of the lineup, and he's got to start hitting better. He's got to make better contact, better swing pass. And then Elliot Ramos really kind of cooled down in Colorado. He was 2 for 12. And sure enough, he got 3 hits today, really swung the bat a lot better today. He went 6 for 18 in L.A. in that 4-game series, ended up going 8 for 30. He's cooled down a little bit. The 3 hits today, now he is hitting 294, but he was in the low 280s. And those are 2 hitters that I'm looking at right there that need to start hitting a little better. 2 guys in the middle of that lineup to drive in runs, get on base. And we keep throwing that RISP, runners in scoring position, and it's just not happening. Patrick Bailey, another one, 0 for 7 in Colorado. And sure enough, he ended up getting 4 hits in L.A. He ended up going 4 for 21 on the series, or the road trip, I should say. And that's another guy that needs to get better. He needs to hit the ball a little bit better, switch hitting, of course. And you start adding on names. Chapman had some good at-bats. Chapman is not hitting like he can do. And right now you're looking at Matt Chapman, and he's hitting 235. He hit into that double play in the 9th inning. He ended up going 1 for 3 today with 2 walks. Defense is stellar, no doubt about there. And, again, we start looking at other ones. We talked about him before, is Tyra Estrada. What is going on with Tyra Estrada in the hitting department? Just has been struggling ever since he came back from the IL, going 2 for 22 the last homestand. And on this road trip, it just got worse, too. It is not swinging the bat like we know Tyra Estrada did last year when he was almost an all-star before he got hurt. He only played 1 game in Colorado where he went 0 for 2. He ended up playing 2 games out of the 4 in L.A. and took a 1 for 12 road trip. So not good numbers right there. And these are the guys that need to start playing better, hitting better, better defense. We talked a little bit earlier about outfield play, balls dropping. Of course, you remember Ramos and Matos, a ball dropping. Ramos and Yastrzemski, a ball dropping in between them. Communication, we always say that. Communication from the center fielder as well as your right fielder and your left fielder, your corners. And then the one that just puzzled me was when Ohtani popped the ball up and you had Bailey and Chapman kind of run into each other at foul territory, and they dropped it. So these things have to be cleaned up. These are mental errors as well as physical errors. These are the things that you don't get if you're in first place or second place. Those teams are clean. They very simple plays like that have to be made. And these things are just mounting on the San Francisco Giants, besides not getting key hits, not hitting home runs. And the pitching department today, how about what Luke Jackson did today? Everybody wants to DFA Luke Jackson, and he comes in, throws 1 inning, and punches out 3. He finally has a rhythm in his motion. It looks good now. Was spiking a lot of balls. Today he threw the ball well, got to mid-90s, and of course that big breaking ball, starting to throw it for strikes. I thought he threw the ball well. Sean Jelly, another one, got in trouble and got out of it with a nice double play ball in the 6th inning. He ended up going 1 inning, but Tyler Rogers was the one that got stung at the end of this game, giving up 2 back-to-back home runs, and it ended up hurting the Giants as they ended up losing today 6-4. Giants are now traveling back home. They play Colorado tomorrow, 7:15 first pitch. Kyle Harrison on the hill, and then, of course, a doubleheader, 4:15, and then after that will be the second game. All right, we're going to take a quick break, see where Alex is, and come back with more right here. I'm Bill Lasky. This is Sports Phone KNBR.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports phone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, back on Sports Phone KNBR on a Thursday night. I'm Bill Lasky, and the Giants lose today. Coming home right now for a nice homestand against the Colorado Rockies and the Oakland A's. They lost 6-4. Tomorrow, Kyle Harrison gets on the hill against Kyle Freeland. And these two pitched very well in that series in Colorado. Of course, Kyle threw 5 innings, only giving up 1 hit, 4 walks, and 6 strikeouts. He's one of the only pitchers that have pitched 2 starts there and hasn't given up a run with the Giants uniform on. And Kyle Freeland has really been pitching well. He was on the IL for 2 months. In his last outing, he beat the Giants 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. And before that, he really has been throwing the ball well for Colorado, going to Cincinnati, going 6 2/3, only giving up 2 earned runs. Kansas City, 7 innings, only 1 earned run. And then he went to the White Sox and did 6 2/3, 2 earned runs, and 1 more. Washington, 6 innings, no earned runs. So Kyle Freeland has been throwing the ball extremely well for the Rockies. And, of course, Kyle Harrison back on the bump tomorrow. And he has been well ever since that Cleveland, when he got back from the IL. If you remember that Cleveland outing against the Guardians in Cleveland, where he struggled in the first inning and really pushed his pitch count up. He went 3 1/3, only giving up 4 hits, 4 earned runs. But then he bounced back in that Minnesota series, and he was stellar. 5 1/3, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. So he'll be on a bump tomorrow against the Colorado Rockies, which a game, we always say it, they need to win a game. Well, they need to win a series, too. And there's a 4-game series coming up with Colorado and then 2 against Oakland. And don't just say Oakland. Oakland's been playing some good baseball. If you heard, Miller, the big right-hander, of course, the reliever, punched his hand on a cushion in the training room and broke his pinky. Now, it's his left hand. They put him on the IL, but what a time for him to get hurt, especially at the trading deadline, and everybody was looking at him to be one of those stoppers or closers or add-ons in the bullpen, and now he is on the IL with a left-hand pinky break. So just some news out there. And, of course, the Giants come home. They play 4 games here. Blake Snell on the hill against Colorado on Saturday, the first game. Of course, his 3 games that he threw. Toronto, 5 innings, 1 hit, no earned runs. Pitched really well against Minnesota, 7 innings, 1 hit, no walks, 8 strikeouts. And, of course, against the Dodgers, threw again a good game. 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. So when you're looking at the last 3 games he has pitched since he came back on the IL, and you could even throw the Sacramento Rivercat game where he went 5 innings, only giving up no hits, 1 walk, 9 strikeouts. But if you look at the 3 games he's pitching in the big leagues, that's Toronto, Minnesota, and the LA Dodgers, he's gone 18 innings. 18 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 5 walks, 15 strikeouts. That's the Blake Snell we were looking at in May and June. Just didn't happen. Sometimes maybe in April he was pushing himself, but now he is in a great arm slot. The breaking ball, the 12-6 curveball is nasty. His velocity is over 95, and he'll be pitching the first game. Of course, the sun-drenched outfield will help him a little bit with that 4:15 start. And Ryan Feltner is going to be pitching against him in that first game. And Feltner got the loss against the Giants. He went 7 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, and he threw the ball well, but his numbers are really bad. He has been struggling starting, and of course he threw the ball well against the Giants, of course. But when you look at what he did against the Mets, he only lasted 3 1/3, and in Cincinnati he lasted 7 innings, but he gave up a few runs. 808 KNBR, if you want to get on the phone lines, let's talk some Giants baseball. Kerry Crowley's coming up with me. We're going to talk about MLB trades, some of the players that could be possibly moved. And I told him, we're going to put you in a general manager's seat. Put that hat on. And I threw names, and I'm going to throw names at him. And what these names are: best outfielders, best infielders, best pitchers, best closers, catchers, all different things. And Kerry Crowley and I will be talking about it a little later in the show. And it's going to be a good crosstalk. And then after that segment, we're going to throw it out to you fans and see what you think of some of the thoughts that we will talk about in a little bit. All right, let's go to 808 KNBR. Any phone lines coming in here? Phone lines are open, so we'll take a quick break, come back with more right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Speak your mind on these sports leaders. Sports Phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, welcome back to Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. Let's take a peek at the scoreboard. And, of course, the Dodgers won 6-4. The Angels ended up, it's the top of the third inning in Anaheim. The Angels are up 5-4. The Padres, with a Dylan Cease no-hitter today, they ended up beating the Nationals 3-0. The Orioles came back and ended up beating the Marlins 7-6 in 10 innings. The Tigers ended up beating the Cleveland Guardians today 3-0. Cleveland is now scuffling. They're really falling fast. They're 61-41, but they've been losing a lot of series. The Rangers ended up beating the White Sox 2-1. Tampa ended up beating the Blue Jays 13-0. Really going to see what the Blue Jays are going to do in the trade department. And the New York Mets beat the Atlanta Braves today in 10 innings. Hey, the New York Mets are hot, 54-48. They ended up beating the Atlanta Braves 3-2. 808 KNBR, if you want to get on the phone lines, let's talk to Judah. Judah, how are you? You're on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. How are you tonight?
I'm good today. I definitely think that one of the two players they should trade before the deadline are either Jorge Soler or maybe Luis Matos.
So let me ask you something, Judah. Why would you think they'd want to trade Jorge Soler? They just signed him to a 3-year contract. Do you think anybody would want him with the numbers he has? Are you there? Did I lose you, Judah? Judah. Okay, Judah, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. A young kid coming in, but that's all right, Judah. I'm glad you called in. Always take my calls from kids. That's what's good about it. 808 KNBR if you want to get on the phone lines. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Kerry Crowley, and we're going to put a hat on Kerry as a general manager and talk about some of the players that I've looked at, top 50, top 30, and see what he thinks in trying to rearrange a team, trying to build a team. And I'll tell you some ideas, like if you're looking for starting pitching, Jack Flaherty, Nathan Eovaldi, a couple of those guys. Would you have interest in any of these guys? Because when you look at Jack Flaherty, he's pitching pretty well for the Detroit Tigers, 7-5 with a 3.13 earned run average. But then you got to look. Don't forget, he got traded last year, and we thought Farhan was going to grab him in the last day of the trade deadline. And sure enough, St. Louis traded him to Baltimore, and he ended up going 1-3 with a 6.7 earned run average. So these are some of the questions I'm going to ask Kerry Crowley on who he might want to take. Then you got to look at the outfield. Would you go after Cody Bellinger? Would you go after Mark Kanya? Both players are eligible to be traded, a couple of those guys. And then you start looking at other ways to do it. Do you go after Kirby Yates? I don't know about Mason Miller. He's on the IL with a left pinky break. These are all names that are coming out there. Then, of course, we got to throw the Giants' names in there. Would you go after Blake Snell? You got $15 million, maybe a little bit more on his contract, a $32 million left. Would you do after Robbie Ray after the appearance you just saw him do in L.A.? Or would you kind of think about Alex Cobb, who's coming off the IL, as a potential starting pitcher in your rotation? Do you try to go after Camilo Duvall as a closer? Would that be something you'd look at? But I'm going to talk to Kerry Crowley as we get going here in the show a little longer. But let's go out to Humboldt and talk to Lauren. Lauren, you're on Sports Phone KNBR. How are you this evening?
I'm all right. I'm a little bit frustrated. I tell you, the Nick Ahmed hitting that winning home run off of us today, that felt almost symbolic to me. And
sure did, didn't it?
Yeah.
It felt that way.
I think I'm probably one of many fans that are very frustrated. Honestly, I'm frustrated after this many years with Farhan here. We expect to see something better than the record that we're getting now and last year and the year before. I mean, 2021 was like lightning in a bottle. But at this point, I'm just frustrated. I think that us fans are starting to want to pound the flesh, and we want to see this clown gone and somebody to build a real team that'll win. Yeah,
I think accountability, Lauren. I think that's what most fans want to know. What is in the future? What lies with this team as we go further into the season? This team, we figure it was going to be over 500 when they broke out of spring training. I felt this team was pretty good. I felt they had good offense. And, boy, they came out of the block. They just couldn't get anything going. If you remember the first road trip, they only won 2 games. They took 2 out of San Diego. Then they lost 3 to the Dodgers. They won 2 out of 4 against San Diego, I should say. But they never got it going. It just seemed like they were always behind the 8 ball. They never could get to 500 once they got below it. And, again, now you're looking at 6 games under 500. An easier schedule, but, again, Lauren, easier schedule doesn't mean they're going to win.
That's true, and I realize injuries have played a huge part, but it's just very frustrating. And as a fan, we start to want to see something better. That's the bottom line, I guess. That's what I'm trying.
Lauren, would you sell pieces? What would you do if you were sitting in that general manager's seat today?
I feel like there might be heat on Farhan. If I was an owner, I would be thinking about trade pieces like Conforto, possibly Flores. I don't want to get into a bunch of names. I like all of the players, but I really don't know if Farhan is going to if he's going to sell or kind of stand pat or just kind of middle around like he has in the past. And that's kind of what I'm feeling is probably going to happen. I don't know if they can buy the pieces. I don't know that they're going to be available. That there's enough telling teams.
Yeah, and I look at the salaries too, and how much money they have put into this year, especially getting Snell and Chapman, and of course Jorge Soler also has a big contract, and you're adding on with other contracts. When you start looking at salary, they're pretty tapped out. So either they're going to have to give up some of the salary if they're going to build.
That's true, and. Like Soler, he signed for 3 years, and I feel like he's a better player than we've seen this year. I really do. I don't know.
I agree.
I don't know what's going on, but some of the hitting just seems like it's been underperforming, and I don't know what the answer is to that.
Well, they just got to keep playing, and sooner or later you're going to get guys like Tyler Fitzgerald, hopefully with some of the veteran guys that I've been talking about through the show, and get them hitting the ball a little bit. Tyro Estrada, I scratched my head on. This guy was solid for many years, and this year just having a down year. Michael Conforto, you're talking about trading, and you got to look at why would I want a guy like that when he was 2 for 21? You're looking at him. You got advanced scouts watching these teams before they do make a trade. You got to have some positive mojo going if you're going to get traded.
I know two guys that I really don't want to see traded would be Ramos and Webb. I really hope they don't trade them. But the rest
I don't think they're even on the chopping line. I don't see that at all. And I just think some of the older guys, as you mentioned, Conforto, Yastrzemski, Flores. Now he's hurt, and then possibly a couple of these veteran starters if they want to give them up, or do they go to battle and see what they can do in August and September to pull it out? But 6 games under 500. And you have teams that you can beat, but you got to play better baseball. But thanks for the call tonight, Lauren. Appreciate your knowledge of the game. All right, let's go to Santa Clara and talk to Tony. Tony, you're on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. How's your Thursday night going?
It's going good other than the Giants loss, but
Coach Lasky, as I call you, our paths crossed at Foothill College at some point.
Okay.
I'm Tony from the. Okay, so I'm watching the game today, Bill, and I noticed that the pitcher for the first 3 innings, he had a big spot on his left hip.
I saw that on Kershaw. That was on Kershaw.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, the next inning, he changed
It was
his
clean.
pants.
It was clean. I noticed that too. I saw the same thing, and if you're watching him as I did, he went down there a few times. You know, when he was rubbing up the ball, he ended up touching that hip. I was watching the same thing, but nothing was looked at. You know, you usually see the umpires touching their hands, and I never saw one thing with Kershaw. Now, again, umpires have to, but again, they slip and slide it and move on. And I saw the same thing with that too, and I just wondered if there was some kind of tar on there, because I remember my buddy Vida Blue used to put it on his leg, and you'd see a big leg mark, and he did. He'd have a little tar on there, and he'd put dirt on there, but you could still get a little stickum off of it once it's on your pants. But good point, Tony. You got eyes on it.
They were, and the pitcher after that, Kelly, if you watch, once they changed pitchers, he had the same stuff going on his other hip. And I'm thinking to myself,
see that
here's
one.
how the releases they have, it's almost like they're rubbing their hip with the ball sometimes.
It could be. I mean, it's we go back to Gaylord Perry, where he put his Vaseline and KY jelly. You never knew because he had it all over him. But nowadays, with them being checked so much, they're looking at the balls too when they're fouled off to see if there's any kind of mark on them or if there's any tar or any rosin on it. And they're getting eyes on it. But at times, you might get slipped here and there. But boy, Tony, you picked it up, and I was watching the same thing with Kershaw.
Well, hey, you have a great evening, and man, you're a great coach. I appreciate you on the airwaves. Take care. Have a great
Tony,
evening.
thanks again. I appreciate your time too. And boy, good eyes right there on Tony. And what he was talking about, if you reflected on the game today, Kershaw on his hip, there was a little dark mark, and he would go to it once in a while, and it was on his throwing hand. And there looks like a little rosin or a little tar on it where it was a little black mark on it. But he reached in there a couple times and touched it and then rubbed the balls up. And sometimes you can get away with it if the umpires don't see it, if there's nothing on the baseball. But what they're trying to get, these baseballs are so slippery, and they're not rubbed up like in the old days when they had the Mississippi mud rub the balls up. And a lot of these, it seems like they're coming right out of the box, right out of the little foil they have on them and the paper on them. And the balls are so slippery you can't get a grip on them. And back in our day, and in the 80s and 90s, you can move the seams up a little bit. Mike Krukow talks about it all the time on his curveball. He would push the seam up so he could get his middle finger on the seam a little bit more to get more spin on the curveball. I used to do it on my slider. I used to try to get the seam up a little bit so my middle finger could hold that seam a little bit. But even on these guys now with cross-seam fastballs, it's very difficult to hold the ball. It's very difficult to try to grip the ball. And then if you're using breaking balls, the grip of the pitches are so difficult to get that twist and turn on. But good job right there, Tony. I appreciate the call and good eyes on Kershaw. Hey, let's go up to Sacramento and talk to Russell. Russell, you're on Sports Phone with Bill Lasky tonight. How are you?
Hey, Bill. Thanks for letting me on. Hey, I got to get it out. Well, first, let me step back 1 second. I miss the days of the pitchers with the stuff, the sticky stuff, the old time year. If you weren't trying. Right. And,
what was that? If you're not cheating, you're not trying. Is that what it was?
Right. Yeah. And that comes with age. Kershaw's getting up there, so that's the way it works. But I just want to say that I with this current Giants team, and over the last couple of years, and I thought it would maybe have been that Kapler thing, but the stoicism of all the players up and down the lineup, I don't see the fire. I don't see the enjoyment. I know they enjoy the game, but it is nice to see. And I thought when Melvin came in, we'd start to see a little heat coming off of these guys. A
little reaction. I think the reaction is what you're looking at. A little more excitement, like you say, or a little push, or a little more adrenaline. I'm right there with you, because in those 2-week span when Camilo Duvall was everybody wanted him out. Everybody didn't want him to be his closer because he didn't have adrenaline, tranquilo Camillo, just always laid back, not covering first base, the time clock, all those different things that were hammering him. And you were just wondering, is he just not into it this year? Well, my answer to that is, hell yeah, he's into it. It just looks that way. And sometimes, just like what you're saying, Russell, when you're showing the direction of the fans and it doesn't look like you're hustling, it doesn't look like you're putting out, fans pick that up.
And I thought Melvin would bring a little punch to it, a furrowed brow. It was not the nice touchy-feely of the Giants the last couple of years. I was looking for a little something. I know they're trying as hard.
He's been fired up. He's been fired up on his road trip. He got thrown out of that game in Colorado where he went out there before the first pitch was at, and he was fired up getting tossed out of that game because I can't think of the umpire's name. He was after him for the first 2 games. Of course, that umpire wisely hit him with the ball off the bag, and then behind home plate the next day, he was brutal behind home plate, making balls and strikes. And he showed him. He got fired up. And those first 2 games, you saw the red cheeks on Bob Melvin, and he was steaming. And he kind of fired up the troops also in L.A. before they won that game. He had a closed conference with all the hitters and talked about hitting, talking about runners in scoring position, better bats, better adjustments. It worked. They scored 8 runs. But, again, they fell right back into it today. They got it tied, and I was real happy for them to tie it, but they just couldn't muster anything after that.
And that's what's so frustrating about a 500 or just under 500 team is it's there. You can see it bubbling up, and then just dumb things happen, things that...
Russell, when's the last time you've seen a double-digit win where they win a game 14-2 or 11-1? I haven't seen one of those in a while. And, Kruko used to always say they're laughers. I love to see a double-digit run-scoring team and continue to add on. The Rockies scored 20 runs the other day. I want to see something like that because I think that wakes up your offense when they can have a laugher and have some fun, get some key hits, just like they did in that 3rd inning when they had 4 hits in a row. That was fun. That was excitement.
Yeah, I was telling Sarah over here that we are due for just a beating of somebody and the joy come out. I just want to, I'm just complaining about not. I know they're trying as hard as they.
I'm losing you, Russell. I'm losing you. Yeah, I think I lost you, Russell. I can't hear you now. So I'll end that, Russell. But good stuff right there, and the concerns of what the Giants are doing, and we'll definitely see what happens when they come home and put the old Giant creams on. Well, of course, Friday tomorrow we'll have Orange Friday, and maybe they'll bring some magic to the yard. Kyle Harrison on the bump tomorrow. All right, coming up next, you'll got Kerry Crowley on hold. He's jumping in with me. We're going to talk some trades. We're going to talk about players. And so it's going to be a good, fun time. Kerry Crowley and I are going to shoot the breeze about some of the trades, some of the players, some of the things that could happen in the next probably 3 or 4 days. So Kerry Crowley joining me next on Sports Phone KNBR. I'm Bill Lasky. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Giants fans. This is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Welcome back to Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. I'm really excited to bring my guest on. Of course, a little bit about him. 5 years he was a beat writer for the Bay Area News Group. He also did a little work in Cape Cod. He's a Northern Cal native. And since 2017, he's been with KNBR. Let's bring in my buddy, Kerry Crowley. Kerry, how are you today?
Oh, Bill, always a pleasure when we get reunited on the airwaves. I've been looking forward to this day all season long, and so here we are. Throw them at me. Put me under the fire.
Well, Thursday night, and we're less than a week away from trade, so I figured you put your GM hat on, and I'm going to throw you some names, and you tell me who you're excited about, all right? So if you're ready, I'm ready.
Oh, absolutely. Always ready.
All right, Mr. GM, you're looking for a starting pitcher. Do you go high ball or low ball? Do you go with Jack Flaherty from the Detroit Tigers, who's pretty good, 7-5 with a 3.13 earned run average? But don't forget, Kerry, last year he got traded to Baltimore, and he was 1-3 with a 6.75 earned run average. Or do you go down to Texas and get the guy that really does well, Nathan Eovaldi? Of course, his numbers in the postseason are ridiculous. Or you might even go a little younger and get Garrett Crochet from the White Sox, who's 24 years old, 1.61 earned run average so far. Really hasn't thrown too many baseballs. Or do you go outside the box? Do you knock on the door of Farhan Zaidi? And you go to Blake Snell, Robbie Ray, or possibly Alex Cobb. Your choice, Mr. GM, on a starting pitcher.
Well, you're already throwing me a tough one, Bill, but here's what I'll say about this situation. I think it's so difficult to predict who's going to perform well after the trade deadline, who will have enough mileage on their arm to be able to get you through October right now. And that's why I'm calling up the Texas Rangers and going after Nathan Eovaldi, because to me, there's nothing more important than a guy who's done it on the biggest stage in baseball. You could take a Jack Flaherty, but you saw what happened last summer. You could take a Garrett Crochet, who might have the best stuff of any pitcher that you just mentioned, just 24 years old. He's got an extremely bright future, but we don't know how that arm's going to hold up in September, let alone October when he gets there. And so that's why I'm calling up the Texas Rangers and going after Eovaldi, who of course has an injury history. I know that he's dealt with various things through the years, but when he gets on that October stage, he's turned in some incredible performances. It's not Madison Bumgarner-esque, but he's not far off, Bill. He's been that good in October, and so that's why I'd make him the man at the deadline. Plus, I think the Texas Rangers would be willing to sell at a cheaper and more reasonable price than the Chicago White Sox would for Crochet.
I agree with you there. And, when you start talking about Jack Flaherty, sure, he pitched well with the Tigers, but I'm right there with you. When it came to crunch time with Baltimore, 1-3 with a 6.75, that doesn't really get your taste in your mouth wanting him. And how much do you want to give away for him? He's also going to be a free agent at the end of the year. So let's go to another possibility of a pitcher. Let's go to closers, and there's two closers that every team is knocking on the door. You always see the possibility of teams with these two guys. It says any team that's in contention. The first one is Kirby Yates, and he's also with the Texas Rangers. And the second one, Kerry, Mason Miller over with the Oakland A's. What kind of numbers do you think they might want, and what kind of prospects do you think both these teams would take if you grabbed one of these closers?
Yeah, I think Mason Miller is one of the most interesting names on the trade market this summer, Bill, in part because he is fresh on the scene, which means you're going to have, 4 or 5 years of control of Mason Miller if you're a team that acquires him. This is someone with a real live arm, 102, 103 on the radar gun. He makes it look easy. The one thing that concerns me a little bit about Mason Miller is he hasn't been as good since the month of May as he was through the first 2 months of the season, whereas Kirby Yates, he's a veteran, 37 years old. He closes a lot of games for the Texas Rangers, 18 saves this season and a 1.22 ERA, 51 strikeouts in just 37 innings this year. And let's be honest, I think Miller would cost you a lot more. And I think Yates might provide better results for you in the postseason. I don't know exactly how he's performed in October in the past, but I do know that this is someone who's got a ton of veteran experience. He's been on a wide variety of teams that have been in contention. And I think he's someone that when it comes to the trade deadline, you want him ready to go. You want him ready in October. And I think Kirby Yates would be the guy that I'd call up and go get.
I'm going to put you on a hot seat here. Would you be calling Farhan up and discussing Camilo Duvall in a possibility if you were looking for a closer?
Oh, absolutely. I think every opposing president of baseball operations and general manager has to be on the phone with the Giants this week, seeing what they would be willing to sell. Is it Blake Snell? Is it Robbie Ray after his outstanding performance against the Dodgers on Wednesday evening when he really turned things around after a first inning that was dicey? Or is it Camilo Duvall, the closer, who's been really good in the late part of the season in 2021? Remember, he came up as a rookie and was outstanding against the Dodgers in early September. He went on a great run until, of course, he gave up that run to Cody Bellinger in Game 5 of the NLDS that season. And while it's not been the same caliber of stuff for Camilo this year, Bill, I still think that if you put him on a team that's contending, if you put him in a situation where he's pitching in save situations every single night or every other game, I think you're going to bring out the best in Camilo Duvall. He's clearly someone who can rise to the occasion. The issue, I think, is, if he's on a bad team or a mediocre team like the Giants have been this year, I don't know that his heart and his head is in it the entire time. And so I'd like to see him on a team where he's able to get that rush of adrenaline every single night. And I think that a team would benefit from adding Camilo. He's still got a few years of control left, and so it would be a pretty reasonable cost. And I do think the Giants should explore opportunities to look at Camilo Duvall trades, not necessarily get a deal done, but see what other teams that might be desperate would be willing to sell you in return, because the Giants farm system could use the help right now.
I agree with you. I think he has to open his mind, that's Farhan, to listen to what some teams could offer for some of these top-line pitchers and players. As we discuss pitching right now with Kerry Crowley, you can follow him on X at KO_Crowley, Crowley. And after this, listeners, 808 KNBR, I want to hear what your take is on the free agent market as well as the potential trade market. And I say free agents, so some of these guys, Kerry, will be free agents at the end of the year. And I think that's one of the discussions we need to talk about when it comes to salaries, because some of these salaries are pretty high that you would be accepting. Would you take on a big salary for some of these pitchers we just talked about?
Yeah, I think I'd be willing to. And I think it's not necessarily as big of an issue at this time of the season, because oftentimes, Bill, with 100 games in the books, that's 100-plus games paid out by these teams. And so if you're going to become a free agent, or if you're in a situation where, hey, it's a Robbie Ray type deal where he was getting paid $25 million this year and then there's $50 million on the hook, that's a different consideration. But you also have to consider this season, the here and now, winning and going for it. And I think that so many of these baseball operations and general managers around baseball play the long game, when in reality, it's very rare to see someone in a job for more than 4 to 5 seasons. So if, no one would ever hire me because the cavalier nature in which I talk about making trades and signing free agents and spending other people's money. But at the same time, Bill, I do think that more teams need to be aggressive. More teams need to say, hey, if we're in the race this year, the money is worth it to us, because we know that if you get to October baseball, the stadiums are filling up and people are paying to come watch you, and they're paying a really good price at that point. And so I think that you make that money back by being a really good team, and I think there's a lot of incentive to go and do that.
Well, Kerry, I think your team that you're looking for needs a first baseman. So let me give you a look at a couple of the options that you could take at first base. And the first one's down in Miami, Josh Bell, 10 home runs, 42 RBIs, a switch hitter. You could also go to the White Sox and talk to Andrew Vaughn, who's 26 years old, 11 home runs, 43 RBIs. He's making $1.3 million this year, so you're only going to have to pay half, and he's arbitration eligible. Or do you put the prospects in and go knock on Toronto's door for Vlad Guerrero? A big piece right there. You're going to have to cost you a few prospects, maybe a little that Brinks money you're holding on to. But at the same time, those are 3 of the top prospects that could be in trades.
Yeah, it's a really interesting idea, and I think that Andrew Vaughn is someone who's caught my eye through the years, because it's never felt like he's really reached his ceiling with the Chicago White Sox. Remember, he was coming out of Cal, and everyone thought that he was going to be a can't-miss prospect, someone who would just take over as a major slugger around Major League Baseball, Bill. And I honestly believe that Andrew Vaughn would be well served to come back to the San Francisco Giants. I don't know that they'll be shopping at the deadline, but I do think, look, he's a Bay Area guy. He played his college ball at Cal. You'd love to see him be a change of scenery candidate and come back to San Francisco and have that opportunity to thrive at home. With that being said, the other guys you mentioned are really interesting. You know, Vlad Guerrero Jr. is a top player in baseball. He's someone with obviously Hall of Fame pedigree in his bloodlines with Vladimir Guerrero Sr. And so I think that you're talking about someone who will cost you a lot more, and that's obviously very difficult. But if you're considering the impact over the next few seasons, I think that there's no better option on the market this year than Vlad Guerrero Jr. You want just a true rental. Josh Bell, in my opinion, what he did for Miami after the trade deadline last year, now that was impressive. He was traded from Cleveland to Miami. His OPS went up from 701 to 818. He was an impact player for the Marlins at the end of last season. I love the bat. I love that he's a switch hitter. And I know that he's having a really rough season. I think the OPS is somewhere below 700 right now. But I also just think that he's another guy who could benefit from the change of scenery, like Andrew Vaughn. Get him in a situation where he's playing competitive baseball games again. Get him in a wild card race. And all of a sudden, great things happen when players feel that rush of adrenaline. They feel that pressure. And so I hope that happens for him this year.
Well, Kerry, you got a good first baseman. You got a couple good pitchers. Now let's look at the middle of the diamond and maybe third base side. Jazz Chisholm now is starting to play second base again. Of course, you could put him in the outfield. 13 home runs, 45 RBIs, 19 stolen bases. And then you got to look at Bo Bichette at shortstop. Now, he is injured with a calf injury, but still possibly could be traded as a shortstop position. And then at third base, you might even try knocking on a door for the Giants when you look at Matt Chapman, because he's on a one-year deal, and that could possibly, get your price up a little bit, but then you're solidifying third base pretty good. Any of these infielders come to mind that you'd maybe want to go knock on the door with?
Yeah, the guy who really interests me is Bichette, Bill, because he's had such a great major league career, except for the 2024 season. We've kind of seen that in Toronto this year. Most of their players have taken a step back. I don't know what's going on north of the border, but the Blue Jays are one of the biggest disappointments in baseball, which tells me that Bo Bichette's price in terms of the trade market might be a lot lower than it once was. And this is someone who also has a major league pedigree. We just talked about it with Vlad Guerrero Jr. I think that he plays a very solid shortstop position defensively. And he's someone who I think that you get him in your lineup. It may not click this year. It may be a lost year for Bo Bichette, which could be difficult just because the injury issues, the performance has been so far down compared to recent seasons. But I do think that you solidify yourself for next year because he's got that extra year of control. And so I think there's a number of teams. They may not be the true buyers at the top of the market, but they may call on the Blue Jays anyway and just see what they'd be willing to take in return for Bo Bichette right now. And if that market is suppressed a little bit. And so he's someone where I could absolutely see him moving under the right circumstances. And if I'm a general manager, which I've got the hat on right now, so I guess I am, I'm acquiring Bo Bichette.
So, Kerry, would you be worried about Jazz Chisholm coming into your locker room with a more of a me attitude and trying to disrupt your clubhouse? Do you think that has any issues when you're looking at him? The Pirates are definitely looking at him as a possibility. Is that something you would worry about as a GM?
To me, not at all, because I think that Jazz Chisholm plays the game with an incredible amount of joy and excitement and determination. And I actually think that Jazz Chisholm is just in the wrong situation in Miami. I think you put him on a team that really likes having fun, and you can find the right situation for him. There's a number of teams out there. Maybe the Pittsburgh Pirates, with all of their young talent, with Paul Skeens, with Jared Jones in that rotation, they've got a number of young position players that are fun. Maybe that's the right spot for him. I've always thought that he might fit in on the Atlanta Braves with all the young players that they have. They love to celebrate on the diamond. They have fun together. The situation that's often talked about where a lot of Giants fans have brought up, what about the idea of Jazz Chisholm in San Francisco? He's versatile. He plays multiple positions. The issue is the Giants don't have any fun when they play. It's like watching a team that's just very straight-laced, and it's just different. And so I don't think he'd be the best fit in San Francisco with this ball club, but I do know that Giants fans are so eager to see someone play with that joy, play with that enthusiasm. And look, he's a very different style of player, but when Elliot Ramos was at his best this season, Bill, you saw joy emanating from his game game in a way that you hadn't seen in a long time for a Giants player. And when Jazz Chisholm's having fun, it's infectious for the whole clubhouse. Now, the flip side of that is if he's not having fun, if he's not performing, that can be dangerous for the whole clubhouse. And so I think you want to go to a young team that's on the way up, that will win in the future, to really motivate him to keep spirits high moving forward.
Yeah, I agree with you. Jung-Hoo Lee is that guy that, of course, the Giants were flocking to. Of course, he's injured, out for the year, but you saw the excitement for him in San Francisco, and to bring Jazz Chisholm, something like that, I'm right there with you. I think attitude can be changed in the clubhouse, and once he gets out of the situation he's in, I think you will see a different Jazz Chisholm if he does get traded. A good possibility he will. I'm talking to Kerry Crowley on Sports Phone KNBR, 808 KNBR if you want to get on. After we talk, we'll open the lines up and listen to what you think possibly of a couple trades here and there. And as we continue, we're going to move into the outfield, and there's a whole flock of outfielders here, Kerry. And the first one I'm going to throw to you is the guy over in Oakland, Brent Rooker, just having a fabulous first year, 22 home runs in 86 games, 87 RBIs. The guy is just mashing the ball. And then I'm going to throw you a couple Giants, Michael Conforto and Michael Yastrzemski. Let's start with those three. And are you interested in any of these Giants, or would you just go right to Rooker?
Well, I'll tell you this. Rooker is on my A-list. I think this guy has the potential to be a superstar in the right market, Bill. I mean, you look at what he's done with the Oakland A's this year, and it's sensational. He should be a building block, and I think for 28, 29 other franchises, he would be a building block for you. But unfortunately, he plays for a team that just doesn't value its talent the same way that other teams do. And so you've got a situation where you always have to call the Oakland A's to see what they would be willing to part with in a trade. And so he's absolutely at the top of my shopping list. But you brought up two Giants players who I think are really intriguing, and Michael Conforto and Mike Yastrzemski, because if the Giants do decide to sell here in the next week, Yastrzemski's had himself quite a month. I mean, you look at the numbers in July, and he's been really good. Michael Conforto has obviously really struggled since the All-Star break, and I think that may hamper his value. But I also think that there's a very good landing spot for both of these players, and that's the Milwaukee Brewers, who just lost Christian Yelich to a back surgery. I don't think he's going to return this season. They're in first place. This is a year where the Brewers can make a run, and Christian Yelich, look, you can't replace his clubhouse presence in Milwaukee, but you can replace a little bit of his bat and definitely his defense. And that's why I think adding a left-handed hitting outfielder like a Yastrzemski would be a really wise move for the Milwaukee Brewers. He's a cost-controlled player, not making all that much money. They're always financially conscious in Milwaukee with how much they're spending. And so Yastrzemski to the Brewers would not shock me in the slightest. I think the issue for the Giants is you really wouldn't be able to replace Mike Yastrzemski because they don't have outfielders in the farm system who I think are ready to come up and take his spot. But maybe they just kick the can down the road and say, we will replace him next offseason. Let's get a prospect in here who can help us right now. I think that's a very intriguing, under-the-radar possibility at this year's deadline.
Well, hold on here, Mr. General Manager Kerry Crowley. I got a couple more names to throw at you before you start throwing your dice and your cards in on those three. Let's talk about three more. Let's talk about Mark Kanya, who's in Detroit, who's having a solid year, a name the Giants were looking into. Cody Bellinger now with the Cubs. The Cubs side are talking about putting a sales sign up, and Cody Bellinger's name's out there. And then the name that really strikes me is Lewis Robert Jr. from the White Sox. Now, what you're doing with Robert Jr., he's been injured. He's got $20 million on 2 years left on his deal. So you're picking up $40 million unless the White Sox throw some money in there. Cody Bellinger, 1 year again, a free agent at the end of the year. Mark Kanya is a guy that I've always liked. What about these three? Would they jump over your idea for the Brewers, and one of these guys fit in?
Oh, that's a really tough question, and I think the one who really fits in Milwaukee is Cody Bellinger, but there's bad blood between the Brewers and the Chicago Cubs right now. They're interdivision rivals. They're not going to be making any sort of a deal anytime soon because of the way that Craig Counsell exited Milwaukee, and so I think that's just a situation where Cubs fans and Brewers fans, they're not going to accept a deal between those two sides. It's like a Giants and Dodgers type trade right now, and obviously the rivalry isn't steeped in tradition, but there's fresh feelings there, so I don't see Bellinger going over to the Milwaukee Brewers. And look, I love Mark Canha. I think he's one of the great players in terms of plate discipline, in terms of great stories. He was a Rule 5 draft pick. He's someone who's floated around the major leagues for quite some time, gets hit by a lot of pitches, just plays the game in an interesting way, I think. And I think that he's easy to root for, Bay Area guy as well. And so I want the best for him. Luis Robert, you mentioned the fact that he's got the injury issues, and he's come back. He's playing for the Chicago White Sox right now. He's on that team-friendly deal. But if I'm the Milwaukee Brewers and I'm looking to make a move for an outfielder, I want to replace Christian Yelich with a left-handed bat, which is why if you can't get Cody Bellinger because of that bad blood between those two franchises, Mike Yastrzemski's the guy. And so I still think he would be the best fit. And look, if the Giants aren't willing to part with Yastrzemski, I'm sure they would pay down some of the money and send Conforto to Milwaukee if they got a nice prospect in return. So that's a deal that you could also watch for this week.
Well, I got to ask you, Mr. GM, you looking for a designated hitter possibly? Because a guy up in Toronto is looking to be traded, and that's Justin Turner. Of course, he's had some good years bouncing around, again in Toronto, subpar, but still that solid guy that could DH for you. You also have Randy Arozarena in Tampa Bay that could fit in the outfield as well as a DH. Now, again, his numbers are down a little bit. Randy's got 15 home runs, 35 RBIs. Either one of these guys intrigue you?
Well, they're intriguing for different reasons. I think that if you're a team like the Dodgers, who's had success with Justin Turner in the past, and you understand what he brings to the clubhouse, they seem to be open to just about any type of a reunion. And so I could absolutely see the Dodgers, even if they've got a ton of right-handed bats right now, which they seem to, going after Justin Turner just as some insurance at this year's deadline. We know he loves L.A. We know that would be a solid fit for him personally. And then Randy Arozarena, I think, is someone who he's not having the same year that he's had in seasons of the past. However, when we watched him at the World Baseball Classic last year, Bill, there was maybe not a more exciting player in the whole game other than Shohei Ohtani. And so you're talking about someone who's just so fun to watch, such a magnetic presence for fans when he's at his best. But once again, if he's not at his best, what does that look like for you in the outfield? And so I could see teams in the middle of the market right now calling up the Tampa Bay Rays and taking on Arozarena. I think the Brewers could be in on Arozarena. It wouldn't shock me if the Giants picked up the phone and looked at a player-for-player trade in that situation.
29 years old, Kerry. He's only 29. You think he's in his early 30s, but 29 years old, still young. He's still got that spirit and life, as we talked about with Chisholm. He brings that energy. So I'm going to throw you a couple dumpster guys that could possibly help you, maybe off the bench, maybe as a fourth outfielder. Would you take a chance on Tommy Pham, who's also been up and down, who played really well with Arizona? He's with the White Sox. Or would you jump on for Kevin Pillar, who all of a sudden had second life with the Angels?
Yeah, I think that Pham's the better bet just because we've seen that bat play in October. But Kevin Pillar, you mentioned, he has had a second life with the Angels this season. It's been a really interesting career arc for Kevin Pillar. We know he can go get it in the outfield defensively. We know that he's more willing to play in the corners than he once was. And so I think if you're looking for a bench bat, platoon outfielder, both of those guys are fits for different reasons. I like both of them, and I wouldn't be afraid to trade for them because they won't cost you almost anything. They're both expiring free agent players, and so you're going to have to give up almost nothing. Maybe a lottery ticket relief pitcher in your farm system, but every general manager who wants to add bench pieces, over the years it's become easier to do that.
As we finish up with Kerry Crowley on Sports Phone KNBR, as we're looking at possible trades, and of course there's a few free agents in here at the end of the year, let's look at the orange and black for a second. What do you think the orange and black, the San Francisco Giants, would be looking for to strengthen this team?
Oh, strengthen the team, Bill? That's a great question. Just about anything to strengthen the team because it's hard to get much worse than they've been this season after spending $200+ million. And so I think they got to be open to every non-starting pitcher available right now if they're looking to buy at this year's trade deadline, which, you can always make a compelling case. You can always make a compelling case that because the National League is so mediocre that this is the year to do it. But I also think that, there's a compelling case to sell right now. And you look at the standings, you could say there's so many different teams to pass right now. It's just going to be very difficult. And so I think if you're the Giants, you have to be open to any type of a move right now that makes your baseball club better in the future. I think you need to consider 2025, 2026 just as much as you're thinking about 2024 and going on a run right now. And so I don't know exactly what that looks like because I can't get into the brain of ownership and the front office right now. But I do say be active, be aggressive, because I think for too long the Giants have been a little too patient at deadlines. They've maybe missed opportunities. I don't think you can go another season missing out on a chance to make your ball club better.
You know, Kerry, they always talk about pitching and defense. That's what the won 3 World Series. Let's switch it up and maybe do some offense. Get some better hitters in here. Get a leadoff hitter. Get a couple different ideas to get runners in scoring position. I think every call that you and I get on Sports Phone KNBR, RISP seems to always come up, and they just aren't clutch hitters. As we used to call it back in my day, those are money hits. You get a hit with runners in scoring position, it's an RBI, and it's a plus RBI because you're coming up with that money hit.
Absolutely. I'm open to any idea that switches things up, Bill. You mentioned pitching and defense. Those, to me, are the 2 top priorities moving into 2025 for this team. And I'll give you a third. It's athleticism. We were promised this year that the Giants would be a more athletic squad, and I think we've seen that in some ways. You know, Tyler Fitzgerald, obviously a very athletic player. Matt Chapman, who's been over at third base, he's an athletic improvement for the Giants. Elliot Ramos brings some of that physicality, but we haven't seen athleticism show up in the form of speed on the bases, and that's what I want to see from the Giants. I thought that Jung-Hoo Lee would bring that to the table this year. Obviously, he goes out with a shoulder injury, and so the Giants miss him, but there will be other opportunities to find ways to add speed, and it may take a recalibration of where the Giants think and what they prioritize in terms of the farm system, how they develop in the farm system. But I do think that bringing in speed on the bases, putting pressure on their National League West opponents, that's what I want to see from this franchise moving forward.
Well, Kerry, we're going to throw it out there, 808 KNBR. We're going to hear what you fans think of Kerry Crowley and I as we threw some names and numbers and different stats out there to see who you would like to get into a trade. Kerry Crowley, it's always great catching up with you, my friend, and great segment. I appreciate your time.
You're the best, Bill. Always love doing it and can't wait to hear these phone calls.
All right, that was Kerry Crowley on Sports Phone KNBR, 808 KNBR. Let's hear what you have to say. We'll be right back.
3-2. Honeywell Wise. He throws. Fastball right in there. Strike 3 call. The Dodgers make it 3 out of 4 over the Giants. And this one hurts. They had a couple of these games that the Giants could well have won. And they finish up their season series having gone 4-9 against the Dodgers, 1-6 here.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
All right, back on KNBR with Bill Lasky. I hope you enjoyed that little segment with Kerry Crowley. And as we finish up, there's been a first-time trade. That's right. The Arizona Diamondbacks made a trade with the Miami Marlins. It just got announced by Jeff Passan. The Diamondbacks picked up left-handed reliever A.J. Puck. Of course, you remember him with the Oakland A's. He moved back to the bullpen. The Marlins received 2 minor leaguers, an infielder named De Los Santos and an outfielder named Pintar, 2 minor leaguers. The deal is done. A.J. Puck, since moving back to the bullpen, has a 2.08 earned run average over 30 innings with 33 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting 159 off of him. Arizona Diamondbacks were looking for a left-hand reliever out of the bullpen. And also the Rockies, again, have told teams that Ryan McMahon, of course, he was an all-star with the Colorado Rockies, will not be moved in trade deadline. A lot of teams are inquiring with the Colorado Rockies, and the Rockies said, no, we're holding on to him. He's got a 7-year deal, and he's in his 4th year with the Colorado Rockies, and that's Ryan McMahon. All right, let's get to the phone calls. Let's go to Bruce in Palo Alto. Bruce, you're on with Bill Lasky. Sports Phone KNBR is the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay, Bill. I heard the last maybe, 5 to 7 minutes of the segment with Kerry. Enjoyed that. And so I want to talk about some potential deals and mainly about the Baltimore Orioles and the talent they have, and maybe that's a good match for need for both clubs. But before I do, one really quick, simple thing. You and I and everybody that pays attention to things have heard that Vlad Guerrero, shocking as it is, might be moved. That's been talked about for, 6-7 weeks. Mm-hmm. May not happen, but he's young. He's a middle-of-the-order presence, and he happens to play the position the Giants need most, first base.
I'm right there with you, too, Bruce. Yeah, I'm right there with you. And the power numbers, he's up for a new contract. That's something that you'd probably have to put something in stone where he would do a long-term contract or something of that magnitude if you traded for him. But what will Toronto want in return? That's going to be the biggest question, and how many prospects. Last time I heard what Toronto was doing, of course, they've taken a big slide lately, is they wanted to re-sign Vlad. He wanted to stay in Toronto, which kind of, I was question mark, because I thought he would probably want to come back to the United States and play in a city here. But again, if they're going to give him big money up in Toronto, he'll stay there. The other name that Kerry and I were talking about was Bo Bichette. Of course, the Giants have their name on him, but again, his injury to his calf might hold up that too.
Yeah, I think that's very true, and I think the one position, thank goodness, that's starting to look really good right now for the Giants is shortstop, ironically, between Wisely to some extent, but a much larger extent, Fitzgerald. So I don't think that's a high priority, and I'm a little bit concerned about Bichette. I wouldn't have said that going into the season, but as far as Vlad, the one good thing is that because he is looking for a contract, I don't think Toronto can expect to get as much, ironically, because doesn't have a deal for, say, 2 years or so. Dylan Cease, when he went to San Diego, cost a lot because he was going to be around for a couple of years, and of course we know what he did. What he did today, but so as far as what they would want or any team would want, we know the Giants are not going to give up or not look to give up on from their team right now in terms of major league players. But what teams are going to look at from the Giants' standpoint is their only real assets in the farm, I think, are a couple of starting pitchers, and maybe Luciano, though the luster is off him. But let me move to Baltimore because I don't want to take
I
up
tell
a
you,
lot of time here,
Baltimore's got a full minor league system, and they could easily go out and get some big-time players. It's I always say this, Bruce, it's the nucleus of the clubhouse by bringing in players that can adapt to what you have. And when you look at the Orioles, they have a very young clubhouse. I just wonder if they would go after a veteran guy for leadership.
Yeah, well, that's what I want to talk about, and that one thing is probably going to blow your mind, but the easier one is this. Kimbrel blew a save today, and he's blown a number of saves for them.
A big one today, too.
Yeah, huge. But they luckily came back and won because of their bats. But and that left-hander, was it Lopez? I'm not sure his name. He was outstanding. He was incredible coming in to close for them, as it turned out. But what I want to say is everybody knows that they have an overabundance. They're overflowing with major league-ready players. There's no room for them. Mm-hmm. And what they need, meaning the O's, obviously, are two things. They need starting pitching because of their injuries. Bradish and others are out, so they need at least two guys, really. And they need a closer. Now, I don't know if they'd roll the dice on Dotel. I don't know if they would because, I'm sorry, Doval, Camilo, because we all know here what the erratic nature this season, but he's young. He's not going to cost much. He hasn't agreed to terms with the Giants.
Right.
Might he get somebody? Good point. But let me ask you about this. I know this is going to have you fall off your chair, but hear me out on this. A player they would definitely be interested in, and I think could get the Giants players they need. The Giants have a lot of starting pitching, right? They're strong with starting pitching right now. We know Ray, Webb, and Snell. Mm-hmm. What if they offered either Snell or, better yet, and hear me out, Logan Webb? Now, I know that sounds scary. I love Logan Webb, but if you look at his numbers over the last year or so, he's not looking as strong, physically as strong, going deeper into games as he was. He's having a hard time getting that third strike past somebody. I just fear maybe he's put in too many innings at a young age. I don't know. I don't think they are.
I think Logan Webb's going to be set here. They gave him that $90 million deal. He's a leader in the clubhouse. One of those guys that does speak his mind. Don't forget, 11 starts in the first half. He went 6 innings or more, and that saved that bullpen. He was the only starter that really did that. I understand the last 3 starts have not gone well for Logan Webb, but again, he has that ways where he can get 3 or 4 starts where he'll go no earned runs or 1 earned run. I don't know if the Giants would even think about trading him. Now, Duvall's another question, and I'm right there with you. You have a potential 2 or 3 prospects in that Oriole AAA team that are big league ready. And that may be a possibility if you're going to move Duvall, because you'd have to find a closer. And I think your closer is one of your starters. If you look at Jordan Hicks as a possible closer, you also have a Walker. Walker's another guy that Bob Melvin loves to come into. I wouldn't mind seeing either one of those possibly fit into that closer role.
Bill, would you, if you were the Giants, and you could get at least one of those outstanding players, Mayo, Kerstad, who plays first base,
Holiday,
their outfielders. Got
to throw that name in there, right, Bruce? You got to throw it in there.
Yeah, but Bill, let me ask you this, Bill: if you could get a key player, a guy, especially a first baseman in Kerstad, we've seen those numbers, or a guy that's proven himself for a while in the major league level, who's young for the O's. And you gave up Ray, who's going to be possibly negotiating for another contract, or Snell, who you only have probably for 1 year, or might negotiate. Would you do it?
Oh, I would.
You could get one of those?
I would, definitely, because you do have an abundance of starters, and you got Birdsong sitting on the outside that you want him to be in that rotation. You also have Carson Wisenhunt, who's throwing the hell out of the ball in Sacramento. You do have a couple of young arms that could fit those slots with Kyle Harrison, Birdsong, both at 22, Carson Wisenhunt, maybe 23, and those are the names you want in a rotation. Now, again, you definitely do want a veteran leadership in Logan Webb and maybe another starter there. If you do drop Snell, then you keep Robbie Ray. I think one or either one of those could be traded, and I think you could get a surplus of a couple prospects.
Yeah, and don't forget, in the winter, there's always an abundance of free agent starters. They're usually 29, 30, 31.
Right.
But if you want somebody to fill out your 4th or 5th starter, Chris Bassett, I believe, is I could be wrong on that, but somebody like Chris who Toronto says they're not going to trade now. Maybe he does have another year, maybe not. Seems like he must if they're not going to trade him. But there's always somebody there, and if they have a hunch that Ray or Snell or both might not come back, why not talk
Why
to
not?
Baltimore?
I agree. I agree, because I think that's one of the reasons why when you got a Robbie Ray at Tommy John, you gave him that opportunity to get well in 2 or 3 months. And the way he pitched against the Dodgers, why wouldn't the Padres or somebody in a National League go after Robbie Ray to see what he just dissected the Dodgers with? You know the eyes are open in Milwaukee, New York Mets, anybody that's in the top caliber of these divisions, I'm jumping right in there and grabbing them.
Well, the other thing is the only players that the other teams are going to go after if they want young players from the Giants, if the Giants want to improve themselves and trade a young player, they're going to ask for Wisenhunt. They're going to ask for Birdsong. They can't ask for Wynn because he's hurt, right? They're not going to ask for Hicks probably, and the Giants are probably not going to give up Harrison. I'd love to see Ray stay because I think Ray could be a great tutor for Harrison.
Yeah, so do I. I think, and the caliber of pitches are very similar with that hard fastball and the big breaking ball, and just to understand how you go after different hitters with that, especially that back foot slider. I would love to see Harrison do that a little bit more. But, God, Bruce, great stuff right there, man. We really threw some good names around. And, as I said, Arizona Diamondbacks started it today. The first trade is made, so we'll see what's going to happen here in the next few days. But thank you for the call tonight, Bruce. Good talk. Thank you. Let's go to Maddie in San Francisco. Maddie, you're on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky on a Thursday night. How are you doing, bud? You there, Maddie?
Are you talking to me?
I am talking to you, my friend.
Okay, it's me, Manny. Hey.
Oh, it's Manny. All right, I'm sorry. I read it wrong. I read it wrong. I apologize, Manny.
No worries. Hey, so I was listening also to the conversation. There's some things that you guys were talking about, but I'm on our minor league team.
Mm-hmm.
Are we depleted in our minor league system?
No, I think your minor leagues are full. I mean, you got a lot of them used this year with some of the guys that are in the big leagues. I still think you got a good crop of minor leaguers in AA and AAA. And also, when you start looking at San Jose and Eugene, there is some players that are moving, and they're moving the players up, Manny, which is only telling me they're giving them an opportunity to go to the next level, which I love.
Okay. So yeah, because I mean it's sometimes it seems like we're kind of stagnated and stuck. So I'm trying to figure out where's our guys at. So now, over the last couple of days, I've been studying this. So I've been wanting to throw this out there to you now. So
go ahead.
Hold on to your socks.
I'm holding.
Okay, so I'm thinking the way the Giants have been playing. They've been playing the John Bowker style ball. Remember when John Bowker played with the Giants?
I remember him very well. Sure I do.
Okay. So he was a great player. He was a good player. But then he would sink down. Then they would send him to the minors, back down. Then he would rock shock it and bring him back up. Then he would go, and then he would go back down. When we got
hot cold syndrome, right? Manny, the hot cold syndrome. Get him hot, and once he gets cold, get him out.
Get him out. And then he went to Pittsburgh, and he did the exact same thing. And I think the Giants, the Giants organization, and it's not a downplay to our guys, but it's that get them in when they're hot, and they're not staying hot. And
consistency.
That John Bowker way of playing, and that's what's killing us, And it's getting hot and then cold.
Manny, let me ask you this, Manny. What parts of the lineup are you concerned about? Are you concerned about infield, outfield? Where does your mindset go when you're looking to strengthen this team?
Well, in the last couple of days, that darn outfield it's killed me. I thought I was watching the King Soul Kites out there. I mean, I could not believe those two different plays. Oh my God! I was like, my jaws dropped. I was like, no way. I played like that in PAL.
I was just going to say that you play that in the minor leagues, not at the big league level,
Yes.
and you over exaggerate a little bit, or you over aggressive with Ramos. But if Ramos is calling it off, if he's calling, you got to let him do it. And Yastrzemski, I think, was ready to get under that ball, and he heard Ramos, so he stopped. And I think Ramos saw him out of the corner of the eye, and he stopped, and that's why that ball dropped. But you can't have that miscommunication at the big league level.
Yeah, so somebody's got to take charge.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody has, and I always thought the center fielder was
always
in charge.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody somebody wants to be in charge. So that's the thing with that outfield right now.
That's right.
Somebody wants to be in charge.
Well, Manny, you know what I did this weekend after all that happened? I sat down with Brett Butler, and I got an interview this week on an Extra Innings with Brett Butler, and we talk about defense because he was one of the best center fielders in the game, and he talks about the communication. On tonight, NBC Bay Area, Randy Wynn talked about knowing where you're supposed to go, telling your outfielders before the ball was hit, I got this part, I got this part. That's communication. That's the way it should be taught.
And it's really weird. But I think when Austin Slater was here, even though he didn't have a hot bat, I think he had.
Defense.
I think he.
Yeah.
Yes, I think
I'm right there with you, Manny. He was coming in on that ball. A couple of those balls he dove for. It's a Superman talk. Another one.
Yes.
You know, we talk about the other outfielder, Kevin Pillar. I thought he was one of the best center fielders I ever saw in the new wave.
I hated to see him leave. So.
Yeah.
I mean, but you were talking about the batting. So I think the middle of the lineup, I think we could tweak the beginning. We talked about this the other day. Who we can switch off Fitzgerald and
Soler.
Wade.
Well, I would love to see Fitzgerald lead off. I think it's time to put somebody in that position. And Soler's been having some good at bats today. He had a real nice game. I think you can put him back in that 4 or 5 spot now.
You know what? And I would hate to say to put him, and I think the Giants did it several years back, and then maybe more than several years back. They have, and I can't think of who it was, but they teetered with them off of the leadoff spot to the end of the end of the spot, so ninth, having the bat last. And that way, they built themselves up to be placed into the leadoff spot,
like the 9-1-2 kind of batting order.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where Soler needs to be. And
I wouldn't mind seeing him back in the middle. I would love to see him back where the 4 or 5 spot. Put him down there and get Fitzgerald up top and get that speed at that leadoff spot so you can steal some bags. You know, when you're looking at Fitzgerald, you know, he plays so well. He's got 7 stolen bags. Chapman's got 11. There's not much after that. But you got to get people moving when you get on base, and that's what I want to see more of if the Giants can possibly do that.
Before you leave me, or before I lose signal, I'm not too sold on the selling of Duvall just yet. Camilo, okay. I don't think just yet. I think we're doing things prematurely because I think everybody wants. I think we've already reached that threshold of we're just not going to just creep in, and I don't think we give up on our guys yet because I think if we do, I think we're giving everyone else that benefit of the doubt.
I think, Manny, that package, if you sell Duvall, is going to have to be major. It's going to have to be 3 or 4 players and big-time prospects, just like my last caller. If the Orioles have that, where they have a good substance of minor league players at the AAA level that could be big leaguers. But we'll find out, Manny. The first trade was done today. Excitement now. We'll start seeing how these teams gel and see what kind of players they're looking for. But, Manny, it's always great catching up with you, my friend. Have a good evening. I appreciate your time.
You as well. Have a great day.
All right, let's go out to San Jose and talk to Bruce. Bruce, you're on Sports Phone KNBR on a late night Thursday with Bill Lasky. What do you have for me today? You got any trades up your sleeve?
Yeah. Hey, Bill. Thanks for taking the call as usual. Great show. So I don't have any particular trades or names necessarily, but this is more, I guess, my frustration with the bullpen. Especially, I guess, the Rogers twins, and mostly, I believe it's Tyler, the righty. I know he had very frustrating day for me. I hear the announcers say, his stats are, pretty decent. I haven't gone through the list, but anyways, I think we need to shake up the bullpen. We need to get Hicks to the bullpen, get Birdsong, into the rotation.
Yep, I'm right there with you.
Keep Ray and Snell. I don't know. I guess
Alex Cobb's pretty close. That's why if you make a move, and of course they've been throwing Luke Jackson out there, almost every other night. He's going even 2 innings. I just wonder if there's possibility of somebody picking him up in a bullpen arm, because you always want bullpen arms. But I don't think they're going to DFA him. I think Luke Jackson, Bob Melvin really likes him, and he's been throwing the ball well. Look at what he did today, 3 punch-outs in 1 inning. He's finally getting his arm slot down, his motion down. But can you put him in clutch situations is the question.
Yeah. He was very frustrating early on, a few weeks ago. He has improved. I guess he's not on my radar.
On your depth chart?
But, yeah, exactly. But, I'd like to see Luciano, stick around up in the big leagues. I don't know, the roster moves, you'd have to do that.
Yeah, he's been playing second base. They have been putting him at second base in Sacramento as well as shortstop, probably a 50-50 there. But at least he's playing another position, which opens up a door if something does happen at second base, they can move him over there.
Yeah, no doubt. I hope, I hope it works out for him. And then just going out, I think you or someone prognosticated Fitzgerald's, early on, if he made it here and stuck, he could be a decent ball player. And from what I've seen, it didn't hurt the 5, straight home runs. But regardless, I think he can be hopefully, above average, for the major league team.
Do you think Fitzgerald could be an everyday player? Do you think he could be your shortstop in length? Questionable still.
No, to me, I think he deserves every day. His bat. I know he was only 1 for 4 today, maybe, or something. But I think he's an everyday player.
He had a triple today, which that ball bounced around a left corner, but his speed got that triple. He was 1 for 5 today. Punched out the last couple of times, and they really worked him well with breaking balls down, and then they elevated a fastball a couple of times on him. Once you start getting hot like that, pitchers know you're hot, and you're going to get better pitching, and you're starting to get pinpoint pitching at you instead of just trying to get it over the plate. And I think that's what happened toward the end of the game when they had their best relievers in, Phillips, Trianon, some of those guys. And it was tough on Fitz at that time. But, if you put him in a right position and keep him in the lineup at a certain spot, I think he'll do fine. I don't think he's an everyday player, but at the same time, he sure brings a lot of life to that lineup with speed.
Yeah, I agree. So we'll see how he does over the next couple of weeks.
We'll find out. Coming home, it should be a good one. But Bruce, thanks for the call. Really good stuff, and we'll see if your bullpen works out. Let's see if something happens. But I'm right there with you. I don't think the Giants are ready to pull the plug on Duvall unless it's a captivating package where something's really going to make it work for him.
All right, thanks, Bill. Have a good night.
Thanks, Bruce. Appreciate it. All right, let's go out to Walnut Creek and talk to Peter. Peter, you're on Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well, Bill, and I'm very, very, I'm very done with the current team. I don't think anybody who knows me would be surprised that I'm calling in to say this. And I think it's time to trade Webb. I think he's had his most productive seasons, and you look at guys like him who, throw kind of middling velocity. He probably touches 94 on a good day.
Yeah.
They're not going to age very well. And, I think his contract kind of, I think it reflects that. I think if he had been a truly dominant pitcher after 2021, you look at the market, I don't think he gets a 7-year, $90 million deal, which I think is what he got, 7 or 6 years.
I do believe. I know he got 90. I don't know how many years he got, but he got the 90 million. And I just want to just throw this to you. Why don't you think he's a dominating starter? Do you think it's just because sinker, slider, off speed? He doesn't throw real hard. He's not a strikeout kind of guy. He's more of a ground ball guy. Is that something that you don't want in your rotation, or you don't think he's an ace?
Well, looking at the Giants' World Series runs, there was really nobody who lasted. You look at Kane, Bumgarner, Lincecum. When they were at their peaks, they didn't really have a sinker slider guy except for Zito, and that was more of a flash.
Vogelsong was like that. Ryan Vogelsong was sinker slider more or less. Yep.
But he threw 95, 96 in an era
cross seam, but mostly when he went, when he wanted to get a ground ball, he was slider or sinker. That was about the only guy. I'm thinking about Sanchez too. Jonathan Sanchez, he was more of a breaking ball guy. He threw cross seam fastball. There wasn't really that many sinker sliders. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, so I think you look at the trajectory of the team. They're at least a year away. I mean, this year they don't even have the hitting. As much as we want to build the case for them because the pitching is really terrific. I think they have a fantastic rotation right now, and I do like Webb. And I think getting all these injured starters, 3 of them who are all-star quality back into the rotation, that's an unbelievable change at the deadline. I just think
I'm anxious to see this rotation turn over, don't you, Peter? I'd love to see the 5-man rotation turn over a couple times with all these guys coming back to see if there is any life in this team.
It's a really weird position for the organization to be in because clearly there's something wrong with Farhan and being able to get a lineup together. And I'm worried about him making a trade that will compromise the farm system because, if Farhan leaves at the end of the year, at the very least, he's left his predecessor, whoever replaces him will be in a much better position than Farhan found himself in after Bobby Evans left. And at least that's the one saving grace. I think it would be a really attractive job for one of the top GM candidates in the pool this offseason. And I don't want to go after a Luis Robert or, I don't know.
A lot of money right there. You know that? I looked that up when we were talking to Kerry. $40 million is left on the table if you want him. And that's just the next 2 years. I didn't know that. When I looked it up, I was really surprised at that. That's a lot of money for him.
I'm okay with that because I think he's only 26.
Right.
And
injured,
as much as he does have
injuries.
Yeah, he's injured. He's injury prone. But if you get a couple great years out of him, you look at how much a win above replacement is. He's one of those guys who could be, he could be a 40 home run, 30 stolen base guy when he's right. I think he's already shown that.
Peter, is he more of a center fielder or is he a corner outfielder?
He's a center fielder, and he's
because then you got Jung-Hoo Lee, and that's going to stop him right there from picking him up. I just think that's a lot of money to give him, and you just said it. He's been injury. I just don't know if that's a big move. A lot of teams are looking at it, but I think the White Sox are going to have to eat up some of that money if you're going to trade him.
Or you don't give as much in a deal. You're not giving up a Wilson Hunt or a Birdsong. You're giving up, say, you're giving up a lower
and a couple A-ball players or something like that. That's the way to do it. But I don't think they're shopping for an outfielder. I think they need to get another DH or a first baseman. I think first base is a big priority for them.
True, and I think that as much as I like Wade, I think they're in a really interesting position where they could really jumpstart the next rebuild. I mean, it's not even a rebuild; it's really a reload. But
it's a reload. I like that one. I like that word better. I don't think it's a rebuild. I think it's just reloading and different. Would you give up Yastrzemski if you had a good deal done?
Oh, 100%. And by the way, I learned the term reload from Trent Baalke, so I think you can that. But I think that
I like that term. I think that terminology fits this team.
Well, and you have Wade, you have Duvall, you have a combination of starters that could get you the kind of haul that, say, the 1997 White Sox trade. Gotcha. They complete. That was the core of
That was a good deal. That was a fun deal right there. That was.
Yeah.
The same thing with San Diego when they made that big deal with San Diego too.
Yeah, totally. I think it's the right. I think it's the right move. I think the most responsible thing to do for next year's team and for the 2026 Giants is to sell high on Lamont, Wade, Duvall, and one of your starters. I do like Webb. I do like Snell. I do like Ray. But I think you get a lot for them. You could get a lot for Snell and for Webb. Ray, I think everybody's still a question mark, but still, you have a combination of a frontline starting first baseman and closer. You could get a lot, and it could be a big deal in a couple of years.
Yep. Peter, good stuff. I really appreciate your call and great baseball knowledge right there, my friend.
Thank you very much. Hey, you have a great night.
Peter, thank you. That's Peter, and that's Sports Phone KNBR. And, boy, good stuff right there in the last few calls. Good stuff. So, you know what? Another something just happened on MLB trade deadline. Blake Snell is also generating a lot of trade interest. Every top contender is now checking in to see if Blake Snell's going to be on the trade deadline. Of course, everybody's watched his last 3 outings, so oh boy, we're going to find out what's going to happen here with this rotation. Blake Snell, Robbie Ray, Alex Cobb. I think all 3 of them are going to generate some kind of interest, especially what Robbie Ray just did against the Dodgers. It's going to be interesting. Giants fans, we're going to find out here in the next few days. Trade deadline, 6 p.m. East Coast time, July 30th, so we'll definitely find out before that. All right, coming up next is Alan Quiano. Alan is the pitching coach with the Sacramento Rivercats. We're going to talk Rivercat pitching, some breakdowns on some of the pitchers that he worked with. That's coming up next as we continue on Sports Phone KNBR.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Welcome back to Sports Phone KNBR with Bill Lasky. My guest today has been in the Giants organization for 5 years as a pitching coach, 4 with Eugene, and this year the first time with the Sacramento Rivercats. Let's welcome in Alan Keano. How are you, Alan?
I'm good, Bill.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, and a little time off for you after the All-Star break. But so far, so good with the Sacramento Rivercats. Tell me an overview of their pitching staff.
Really, it's just been a lot of guys that want to come in and work and further their careers. We got some good young talent, as some of the Giants fans have seen. They're at the big league level, and some promising young arms and some nice free agent signs. So it's been good overall, and really the credit goes to the guys. I mean, they've come in and worked their tails off, and it can be hard to do on a day-to-day basis, and these guys have done it. So it's been good up to this point.
Well, let's go back in time with you, Alan. Of course, leaving college, you were ready to try to be a Major League Baseball player. For 9 years, you competed in the Independent League as a left-hand pitcher. I guess resilient is the middle name of you, and you sure worked hard at it, and you prospered from it. And just tell me a little bit about those 9 years bumping around the independent ball.
I loved it, to be honest with you. I mean, any chance to play baseball is a great chance, or just to be on a baseball field. And that's what I grew up with to start out as a young kid with my dad, starting as my little league coach, and then turned out to be my high school head coach. And it was just a privilege to be able to take the field and do it at the independent ball level. I mean, we all want to have the dream of playing in the major leagues, but you have to come to reality, and that was my major leagues. And I did everything I could and to make that happen, and it makes me appreciate going to work every day and doing the things that we're doing, and kind of give these guys some perspective as well as how lucky they are to be a part of this great organization.
Well, leaving independent ball as a pitcher, you ended up being a pitching coach in independent ball. And at the same time, I was reading Olive Harvey College, a city college in Chicago. You were doing a two-headed monster. You were a pitching coach as well as a manager for a junior college. What did you think about all that? And, man, your plate was full each day.
Yeah. I mean, I started at a young age. I went to grad school as well. I was a grad assistant right after I got done with my my undergrad, and so I've always had two jobs. And if I wanted baseball to be a full-time job, so to take on the head coaching job at the junior college, and then to also be a pitching coach in independent ball, it was awesome. The best part about it was I was at home getting ready to start and raise a family. So I couldn't have asked for anything better, going to the ballpark year-round and being at home with the family. So it's been a blessing, really, to be honest.
Well, moving into the Sacramento Rivercat pitching coaching job, talking to Brian Price and Garvin Alston, one of the major things that they kept expressing was filling the strike zone with strikes, and you've done a great job in professing that in Eugene, especially at high A ball. Now you get into the Rivercat pitching staff. The zone's a little smaller. Of course, the computer zone also being used. How difficult is that for your pitchers to understand how small that zone is?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for both sides, right? The hitters and the pitchers. But I think the biggest thing is the ballparks that we're playing in. When you go to Reno or you go to Salt Lake, and your margin for error is really small, because if that ball gets in the air, it's probably out of there. So I think that causes some of the strike throwing issues, but it's the only thing we preach in Sacramento is throwing strikes. You got to get in, attack, create action, and we'll work from there with their stuff. So we're trying to push that as hard as we can.
Alan Keano joining me on Sports Phone KNBR. He is the pitching coach in Sacramento for the Rivercats. As I said earlier, 4 years at Eugene. You got to see a few of these pitchers that have been in the big leagues and are in the big leagues now. And some of the young pitchers, Ryan Walker, Eric Miller, and, of course, Hayden Birdsong. Tell me a little bit about how they were in Eugene when you first saw them and how they are now in the big leagues.
Yeah, Bill, it was interesting with Ryan Walker. Ryan was a really quiet guy. He was middle of the pack, as you know the story. I think he was drafted in the 31st round, something like that. And he was just trying to hold his head above water at that time. And, nothing special, but not bad. And he carried himself into AA and then AAA, and the rest is history for Ryan Walker. Now, Birdie, you can go with Birdsong and Black and Wizenhunt and these guys, and they dominated Eugene. And then, we didn't have Birdie long enough to see what he could do in AAA, but Black and Wizenhunt are kind of finding out that it's a little hard to pitch against older hitters, so they got to learn how to polish themselves up a little bit, right, Bill? So they're learning that at a young age, and these guys are young, and I hope Giants fans are excited about the young pitching that we have that we're trying to get up there. But I mean, it's hard to break the big league rotation, and they just keep getting better up there, as you know.
Alan, as pitchers, both of us know how important that catcher is, and I'm sure you got to see Patrick Bailey a little bit through the minor leagues. What have you seen in the maturity of him as a catcher?
Well, I probably had Pat longer other than the big league staff. So Pat was with me for a couple of years. And the thing that Pat did really well, and I tell a lot of pitchers and even catchers that we have right now, is he built a relationship with the pitching staff. And he did a great job of making each guy feel special, making each guy feel good. And you can tell the one thing that I have seen get better with Pat is his at-bats. But the catching and the communicating with the pitchers was elite from the beginning, and Pat did a wonderful job at that. He made my job easier.
Alan, a pitcher that's now in AAA, a lot of fans fell in love with him, and that's Spencer Bivens. The story that he portrays of going, just like what kind of you did, the resilience of trying to get to be a professional player, trying to get to the big leagues, and his story just portrays that so well. And now, he's back in AAA, still throwing the ball well, 5-0 with a 2.5 earned run average, 24 games he's been into. What have you seen out of him, before he went to the big leagues and then coming down from the big leagues? His confidence has to be growing.
The story is great with Spence. When we first got him 2 years ago, and this is what was great with being in Eugene, I almost grabbed everybody first before everybody else other than Runzler in San Jose. But we got to see these guys grow. And when Bivens came in, he was raw, like a young kid, like a 19-year-old kid. The delivery was a little messy. The arm was great. And the stuff was electric. I mean, he was throwing bowling balls and doing stuff like that. But we had to create some consistency. And he did that. We focused on the delivery, and then he went to Paul Asagura in AA and polished himself up as well there. And then this last year when we had him in AAA in the beginning, I mean, as you guys saw him, I don't know if you saw him in big league camp. He had a little small stint there at the end. It was just polished, and when he got to us, it was automatic. And I've never seen anybody get that good that fast in a long time. And so that's a hat off to Spencer and just finding himself and believing in himself, and his confidence after he came back down from the major leagues is at an all-time high, and I think that's just going to help the major league club when he gets called back up.
Alan, a pitcher, Carson Wizenhunt, I've had the pleasure of meeting and interviewing in AA as well as in AAA, a kid that's just trying to work so hard. Of course, a Mickey Mouse or a Bugs Bunny changeup, it's just ridiculous how he gets so many swings and misses. This year, 50 earned runs, 102 strikeouts, 43 walks, 13 home runs. The numbers just aren't there, but I think fans need to understand it's pretty difficult to pitch in a PCL.
Yeah, it ain't easy pitching the PCL. Plus, fans also got to understand that he didn't pitch that college year the next year. I think it was not the COVID year, but the year after. So he sat out almost a full year, and then he threw 58 innings last year, I believe, and he jumped 3 levels. And then this year, we've got him up over, I want to say, 75 innings, something like that, of that threshold. So he's thrown most of his professional innings in AAA, and Bill, better than I do, that's hard to do, right? So he's doing that in the PCL. He's thrown his most minor league innings there. The strikeouts are there. Again, these young guys are learning how to pitch against advanced hitters in really tough ballparks. So that's going to make it hard. You know that.
Yeah, Alan, a starting pitcher that I've watched, again, another pitcher that's gone through the minor leagues is Mason Black. And when he came up to the big leagues, I had a chance to talk to him one-on-one, and he was talking about polishing his secondary pitches. He felt he had to have better snap on him, better location with him, and throwing them in different counts. Has he polished that at all at the AAA level? Because I know that was one thing he wanted to work on.
It's a focus that we're on. As far as is it getting there right now, I think it's getting better, but he's starting to understand himself too. I mean, we got to remember this guy's 24 years old, pitching at the AAA level and AAA big league level. And again, he's absolutely right. We got to polish up that second and that third pitch, and we're working on that as we speak. We just want to get him in a good rhythm, and he had a nice outing this last outing, so I think things are trending in the right direction for him.
Couple more minutes with Alan Quijano, who is the pitching coach for the Sacramento Rivercats. Of course, all eyes are on the number one prospect, Reggie Crawford. Started the season at low A, and now he's at AAA. A little time on the IL. How is he progressing?
Yeah, I don't get much of those reports as far as how he's progressing. He's still in Arizona, but when we had him, I mean, the fastball, it's a big league arm with a nice breaking ball, power breaking ball. And have you met him yet?
Yes, I've interviewed him a couple of times. What a great
in person,
guy!
Have you seen him? Have you seen him in person? Yeah,
I have.
So I mean,
big dude.
Like we're just big. So we're just waiting for him to finally just grow into that, right, and just let it happen. And it's just been unlucky and unfortunate that he's had to hit a few bumps in his professional career. But hopefully, we get him right where he needs to be, and so he can help out the big league club.
Oh, just a delightful kid, a smile on his face, the love of baseball, and the way he competes. When I talk to him about pitching, he's way ahead of the game, knowing what he has to do next pitch, next hitter. And it was just great to talk to him and getting his mindset on pitching. And what have you seen development-wise? Because that's a big jumping into AAA as he did, and he's not that polished as a pitcher yet, but boy, he's got a cannon for an arm.
Mm-hmm. And so, like you said, Bill, it's interesting, right? Because we are trying to teach a great athlete who can throw the absolute crap out of it how to pitch. Because, like you said, he doesn't have a lot of experience doing that. So he's doing that. He and the questions were right. The 2.5, 3 weeks we had him, he was asking the right questions. He was asking what he needed to do in different counts to get these guys to do what they needed to do. So he's on the right course, but he just needs to make sure that the body is reacting the right way, and that's what we need to get right.
Alan, last one for you. Thank you for your time today also. Is a couple pitchers that might be surprises that Giants fans might be able to take a look at. Is there somebody or maybe a couple of them that you can kind of tell us a little bit of a surprise or maybe the next guy up?
Yeah, I mean, Justin Garza, I think, was on the brink. And he was a free agent signed this last year, and just an electric arm, small frame, but very athletic. And he was having a good year, and he kind of went down with a little forearm strain, but he's going to be back here soon. Tommy Romero was great for us there. He was the PCL pitcher of the month, I believe, the second month we had him, but he went down with a little shoulder thing. He's coming back. One of the steadward guys in our rotation has been Carson Seymour. I mean, he's progressed a lot, and he's been our workhorse, and he's learning a ton with us. The body's holding up. The fastball's coming out of the hand well. And he's doing a lot like what Mason Black's doing. He's learning how to control that secondary stuff and even developing a nice changeup. And hopefully, he does that well enough so that the San Francisco fans can see him because the personalities.
Alan Quijano, thank you so much for your time. It was great to meet you. Continued success at the Sacramento Rivercats. And once again, I appreciate your time today.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Have a good one.
Yep, that was Alan Quijano. He is the pitching coach at the Sacramento Rivercats. More coming up right here on Sports Phone KNBR.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Welcome back to Sports Phone KNBR as we close out a Thursday. Giants lose in L.A. 6-4. They're 49-55. Coming home for a 7:15 first pitch on Orange Friday. Kyle Harrison on the hill. Kyle Freeland from the Colorado Rockies will be opposing him. I want to thank my guests today, Alex Pavlovich from NBC Bay Area, Kerry Crowley, of course you hear him right here on KNBR, and Alan Quiano, who's the Rivercat pitching coach. 3 good interviews. You'll hear them on all KNBR podcasts if you didn't catch them earlier tonight. I want to thank my 2 bosses in the studio, Raph for producing the show and Cole for picking up all the calls. I thank both of them for running the show for me. And I also want to thank all Giants fans for picking up the phone and calling in today. I appreciate your time and a great conversation about Giants baseball. I'll be on the postgame show tomorrow right after that Colorado game, so join me on Sports Phone KNBR postgame. And again, Saturday and Sunday, I'll have extra inning postgame show, some great interviews coming up. For Bill Lasky, be safe, be well, have a great night. More coming up right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
This is Giants baseball. Nothing like it.
There's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, a Cumulus media station.
So a lot of employees are getting shortchanged by that. And even I hear ramblings from subcontractors who bid on a 9-game season. And so they coming up short by them moving the game, opening the day, that is, moving the game to another stadium. I just don't see how they can look the other way and know the employees of that stadium.
Well, the thing with that, and thanks for bringing that up, Q, is teams used to get 8 home games and then 2 home preseason games. They've already taken away a preseason game. So I think in the case of the Packers this year, they have 1 home preseason game, but they have 9 home games at Lambeau for the first time ever. This game that they're playing against the Eagles, as you mentioned, is in Brazil on that Friday of opening week, is an Eagles home game. So they would then only have 8. And I think that as long as you can just plan for the 8, what do the Eagles have in terms of the preseason games? But again, preseason games don't do the same business. And they only have 1 home game, I think, in the preseason, it looks like. That's just, I can't defend the NFL. I can't justify the NFL. That's just how it is. So if you're a city or a contractor or an employee and you're hoping for another home game and you thought you were getting one and then they went to